Well, the Marathon Server Slam is almost here, and we are going to do a waiting room for the game. Now, up to now, I have been pretty expressive in my opinions about this game. Last year, clearly thought that the game was not ready, and was correct in that. They delayed it significantly, and to their credit, they have made a lot of good changes. The morale around the game seems to have turned around, but I've maintained my position that they need to recapture the public's attention. The videos, the marketing trailers, everything they've kind of put on their YouTube channel have been seeing diminished viewership, meaning that a lot of people have kind of moved on, and I compared that to Arc Raiders, where there was an increase in interest. We saw those trailers getting more and more views as time went on, but that happened after they let people play Arc Raiders. So this Server Slam is essentially test number 1. Now, the true test is obviously 6 months down the road, a year down the road. Do they have a healthy player base? Do they get enough re-engagement? I have maintained that this type of game is going to struggle in that department. Many people have said, well, you're hating on the game, or you say that the game is going to be bad, or that it's going to flop. I think if it would have come out last year, yeah, when I was saying that, I think it would have flopped if it came out last year. You can see evidence of that in the response to the showcase, where it was basically an alpha. You could see the response from the public generally watching streams back then. It just sort of drifted from the public's care and attention and interest. But this year, if it comes out, I don't necessarily think it is going to flop. I think the interest will be there. I think commercially it will probably do fine as a Bungie title, as the marketing is in full swing. They are certainly getting more and more people to say, hey, I think I'm going to check that out. It's climbing the pre-order charts on Steam right now. Not the pre-order charts, but the top-selling charts. And so I've always said I really think it's going to struggle with re-engagement. I don't think Bungie necessarily is going to make like a bad game or a bad shooter, but I think there are a handful of reasons that it's going to struggle with re-engagement long term. One of those is that it is essentially a hero shooter, and I know they're avoiding that terminology, and I know we've spent a lot of time debating that. You can call them shells, heroes. It really doesn't matter what you call them. Their impact on the fights, their abilities, we're already seeing guides and speculations about broken builds and abilities that will be really powerful and annoying. And I think those elements can be a huge turnoff for players, because it can start to feel like something familiar. It can start to feel like, you know, a bit of a nuisance. It can feel a little bit annoying. I also think the game is very PvP focused, and many people have said, well, why do you say that makes it bad? I don't think having a PvP focus is bad, but I think having a PvP focus really flattens out the experience. You're going to largely feel like you're playing a PvP game with loot, and I think that will, again, hurt re-engagement. It's not that you can't have fun. It's not that it won't have people that it will appeal to, people that like Apex, people that want to have that PvP experience. A lot of Arc Raiders players have kind of complained about this. The hit registration's poor, the desync is there, the aggression-based matchmaking, that it's still there, contrary to a headline that said it's not there. It's still there. It's just not as binary as people thought. But the aggression-based matchmaking has largely pooled the PvE players and the PvP players somewhat separate, and people have complained about that. Well, a lot of those people could come over to Marathon. They could come over and say, hey, this is more PvP focused. I really like this. In my experience with PvP communities and how they tend to treat games, they tend to kind of wring them out like a rag and then move on, and that certainly could happen this time. I think Arc Raiders is a bit of a double-edged blade. People are like, why do you keep talking about Arc Raiders? It's essentially the Fortnite of extraction shooters right now. It's the big dog. It's the one that was the breakout hit. It was the one that out of nowhere took over, and just like Ninja had his entire career catapulted by Fortnite, we now have the burnt peanut. I mean, the game is very analogous to what we saw happen with Fortnite. It's a community and public spectacle, and that is going to be difficult to overcome. It's going to be difficult to have that narrative and that drama and that entertainment factor. Streams do not make or break a game, but they certainly can help. And if the public just quickly moves on because it feels like a very sweaty, very repetitious, very PvP-focused game, that spells trouble for re-engagement. So I'm going to bang on that drum a bunch today, because many people are jumping into my comments and talking about, like, you said this game's going to fail and flop. A lot of those comments were last year, which those don't really apply now, because they basically admitted that it wasn't going to do well because they delayed it significantly. If this game has commercial success, at least in that first month, good for them, good for the team that worked on it. The true test of any live service game is the long term. Can they have people coming back in 6 months in large enough quantities and numbers? There is a minimum viable player count. You have to have enough people playing in order for matchmaking to work, in order for all of the aspects of the game to function well. And that tends to compound itself if people start leaving the game, because then your friends aren't playing, so now you're less motivated to play. Or when you do play, because there's less people playing, maybe it takes longer to get into a match. Maybe the matches that you're getting into, people have varying connection quality because maybe they're from another region, because they do have dedicated servers, to their credit. That helps. But when your region gets thinned out, you might have to get put onto servers that are further from your region, which affects the match integrity. And all of those things are the pieces and the parts that really start to degrade if people stop re-engaging in large enough numbers. So, fundamentally, my playing of the game today is not to determine whether or not I like the game. I'm very predisposed to not really enjoy a game like this. I'm not a PvP guy, so I'm not going to be the test of whether or not the game is fun, of whether or not the game is good. Now, obviously, I can speak to the shooting aspects and how the guns and the movement feel, because I've been playing shooters since the very first one was made, Wolfenstein 3D, right? You want to pull the first-person shooter cred card on me. I was there when they were born, so I could certainly commentate on that, but I'm not going to be able to commentate too much on, is it built in a way that, are the heroes imbalanced? Is this game fun or not? Those are going to be questions for people that specialize in that environment. There are plenty of them out there. They've got the expertise, they've got the experience, and the long-standing, history with these types of games. So we will be diving in to Marathon gameplay today when the server slam goes live. That's what we're going to be doing. And ultimately, I am more interested in public response. I'm actually more interested in that than my own experience. That might sound weird, but I'm very interested to see if they can pull an Arc Raiders here. Can they let people come in and play the game and change people's minds? Now, I have said, I don't think that's going to happen. I think most of the improvements that we have seen are going to land on people who were already interested or tenuously interested in the game. There was some level of interest, whether it was thin or apprehensive, or like you were really hoping the game turned out to be good. I think those people are the ones that are the most interested in this game, and they're the ones who are like, oh man, those quality of life improvements are great. Let me give you an analogy. Imagine a live service game that you have not played ever before, and it's been out for a year. And they make a bunch of really, really good quality of life improvements, and they fix a bunch of things. And you go into that game, and you were already kind of like iffy on it. You weren't that enthused. You didn't think it looked that great. All those quality of life improvements don't mean anything to you because you weren't really there when they were absent. It's kind of like when you clean your room, it seems extra clean to you because you previously saw how messy it was, and somebody else comes in and just sees a room that's, moderately tidy. I think those quality of life improvements and all those things that they have done are great and praiseworthy and admirable. I don't know if they're going to have the same potency on those people who are already kind of not interested or not really paying attention to Marathon. They might just come in and say, okay, this is a serviceable shooter and it's got extraction elements, and then they're going to start judging the game on everything else. Like, this is something that Bungie did for a very, very, very long time with Destiny, and this is not scripted, by the way. I'm just going off the top of my head. But this is something they did with Destiny all of the time. They would clean up the spilled milk and be celebrated for it. And they were the ones that spilled the milk. This is a situation where I think they're applying a very similar formula. There were clear vacancies, problems, missteps, and quality issues with Marathon when they did their showcase and when they let people play it last year. They have rectified all those things. I don't think you're going to get the same level of praise and buy-in from people to be like, oh my gosh, they've made this game so much better, because you don't have a community yet. You don't have people playing yet. It worked with Destiny because it was almost like, man, you really messed this up, and now you fix it. All this is so much better. I don't think that's going to land quite as strong with Marathon because they really burned a lot of trust over the years, and I think they burned trust last year. They walked out, they did a showcase of an alpha, and I've had many people hand wave that, and they're like, well, I mean, what's the big deal? They were showing us what they had, and it's like they walked out as if they had a completed product, and when it became clear that they did not have a completed product, they delayed it. That's their way of viewing games. SkillUp said they like to build the plane in the air. I think that's such a good way of phrasing it. That's not going to work with this game. If this is just sort of step one, phase one, and they've done all these great improvements which have impressed the people paying attention, the real question is, will it impress and foster buy-in from everybody else? Because I don't think the people that are interested are enough for the game long term, if that makes sense. I think the people interested are going to help it be commercially successful, but I don't know if they're a large enough group to fill a live service funnel for that good inertia and that trajectory that you need. Justin, I think is his name. Is it Justin or Dustin? The bald guy that did the GDC presentation. I'm so sorry for forgetting his name. I believe it's Justin. He made a presentation where he talked about how velocity is more important than quality to a certain degree. That's what he said. I'm not putting words in his mouth. He talked about how, like, a fast game can become great. Like, a great game that's slow will become essentially dead. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what he said. And he was stressing the need for velocity. And I think velocity largely comes from that consumer inertia, that consumer interest. His name is Justin Truman. Thank you. I always want to call him Dustin for some reason. I don't know why. Anyways, that's basically my off-the-cuff show open, is that the true test is not whether or not you can get sales in the first couple of weeks and players in those first couple of weeks. The true test will be 90 days out. What are the player trajectories looking like? They made this admission, so I'm not saying anything that's outlandish. They made this admission in that GDC presentation. He showed the player base numbers, and he said if this trajectory would have continued, we would have basically been in crisis mode, because things start to happen when the player numbers go down that quickly and they go down that low. If similar trajectories happen with this game, with Marathon, I think we'll be able to make similar predictions. So those are just my thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts. I will get the timer up momentarily. We'll get the goal going here, though. Rare Killer, Han shot first, and so did you. The first gifted member of the day. Thank you so much, getting us to 316. And then Reckless Gambit comes in and renews their membership, getting us to 317. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let me put the timer up. The 26th. Let's see. Marathon server slam. And it is at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to set, start, and show the timer. There you go. So anybody that's coming in, there you go. Marathon server slam. We will be jumping in and playing. And we do have a game plan. Don't worry. A $5 super chat from MickD09. Today is the day Lono plays Marathon. Thank you so much for doing that. You re-up this morning. TJ, I don't see it in my feed. Can you celebrate it? Does it give you the ability to hit the $ sign and, like, celebrate the membership? I mean, I trust you, obviously, but, like, if you get to do it again in 2 days or whatever, I might forget. First Force Reset is going to see player count nosedive, says Neo Reaper. There's a handful of things they're doing that I think are really ambitious within the concept and within the community and the public. And one of those is the forced reset. I really do think that Arc Raiders is set a very, very good stage. You cannot re-download. I think you mean pre. No, there's no pre-download. They said that's going to help their servers. And what they mean is, they won't say this, but I'll say this. They're happy to have you guys slam the Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam servers, because depending on your internet connection, you can't get in right away when that happens. So it turns the flood into more of a trickle, because everybody's busy downloading, and then Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam are like, oh my gosh, everybody's trying to download this game, and it slows down the people trying to get into Marathon all at the same time. Mr. Polar Bear with 31 months and a member plus. Thank you so much. Let me add you to the total. Eugene says, except forced reset, see player counts skyrocket in other games. Can you give me an example of a forced reset where the player base skyrockets? What exactly are you talking about? A $5 super chat from my man Nick. He says, notice how nobody is calling the Pro a scam today. Oh, yeah. That's really interesting, isn't it, Nick? All of a sudden, the Pro, the PS5 Pro is like the best place to play Resident Evil. How about that? Oh. Jiminy Christmas. Marathon Game Director has shared some last-minute tips for the server slam. What's he saying here? He says, let's see, hang on. Why does it do that? Why does it do that? I try to download the image, or open the image, I'm sorry, and it downloads it instead of just putting it in the browser. Anyways, thank you, Discord, and piece of technology for being so presumptively stupid. All right, last minute tips for those of you joining the Marathon Server Slam. Gear comes and goes. Don't be too precious about it, but learn to use what you got and it will serve you. Remember to bring enough ammo and consumables to survive a couple of fights. If you don't have much, then use a sponsored kit or play as Rook and focus your runs on getting gear and creds and stocking up on resources. If you're learning, don't rush your contract objectives. Playing slow can help you avoid getting overwhelmed. Keep your ears open. You will often hear threats before you see them. All right, I'm just going to give kind of an initial reaction to this. He's got a second image that I'll switch to in just a second. This is why Hip Hop Gamer was saying the Pro would start to sell more. He should have just been clearer in his post. I really took his post to mean that we were going to see evidence in the actual state of play, and they were going to talk about PSSR 2. We haven't heard about PSSR 2 with regard to this game either, so it seems like he either jumped the gun, poorly wrote his tweet, or he's got intel, but it's all loosely connected, and he tried to put the puzzle pieces together, and he just did it in the wrong order, right? So, all right, I'm going to have an initial reaction to this, though, okay? I actually don't read this and see this as like, I read this and see I'm concerned. Like, this is concerning. It's like you seem to be really trying to help people not have a bad time, almost as if you're expecting people, like the natural course of things is that they're going to have a bad time. That's how I read this. Like, this is like, you're kind of worried, right? What's good, Fin Freak? I liked your holy floppy disk thing that you said over there on Twitch. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. We might get a lot of older viewers to come back around today because we are in the Marathon directory over there, and drops are enabled. So we should probably put that in the title. Let's see here. Drops. There we go. This game will probably be best in a squad. I guess the solo experience will be rough. Yeah, I read this as that they're concerned that the natural sort of way that people play games, they're going to have a bad time. He's giving people tips. I know, but read what he's saying, dudeness, okay? Listen, I know some of you guys are really, really big on Marathon, okay? I'm not forcing negativity here. Read what he's saying, right? He's saying, be cool with losing your loot, because he knows people are not going to be cool with losing their loot. He's like, bring enough ammo and consumables to survive a couple of fights. Okay? All right. So that means you're expecting people to get in a couple of fights per game, which means fight-centric, which means PvP-centric, which means it's going to be tough for people to get their footing in this game. I mean, if I've got to have enough ammo and consumables, again, that seems like they're worried people are going to go into this game and expect to just be able to kind of like run around and run and gun and have fun. And it's like, no. You got to make sure you got ammo consumables. What he's doing is he's creating what he initially said a long time ago is like, this game's not for everybody, right? You're going to have to really be strategic in how you play it, which you watch the trailers, it seems kind of high octane. It seems kind of like fast moving, like lots of fights. And he's like, yeah, take it slow, right? It's like, okay, don't rush your contract objectives. Like, this is actually helpful. Playing slow can help you avoid getting overwhelmed. Like, that's actually a helpful tip. The other tips seem like he's saying you're going to want to play this game in a certain way. Don't play in that way. The world's going to be brutal. Right, dudeness, listen to what I'm saying. You're agreeing with me, right? He is saying this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough game. It's going to be a brutal game. It's going to be a punishing game. You're going to lose stuff. You're going to get in lots of fights. You're not going to have enough ammo, okay? That, to me, is a very, very sort of natural funnel of you're going to have people having a hard time, and they're going to quit. That's been my concern from moment one, is that if the learning curve is steep and the punishment is high, people will quit. I'm simply making observations about player behavior. I'm not making observations about game quality. I think a lot of the times you guys in these discussions, you completely misfire and you turn on defense mode brain and you're like, no, game's going to be good, Lono. Game's going to be good. Game's going to be fun. No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about player behavior. And in the current market, with the way people play and the way people responded to all the stuff in Arc Raiders and the constant debate about Arc Raiders, okay, I'm here to tell you the average player is going to bounce off this stuff. Okay? That's why I think he's putting this tweet out. They know what the average player is going to do. Do you want to know why? They're Bungie, and they've got 11 years 12 years of Destiny info to inform this. And he's like, listen, y'all, this is how you're going to want to play. Don't play that way. They know the propensity of players and what they're going to do. I think they anticipate people bouncing off this game because they're going to have a rough go of it. That doesn't mean that it's a bad game. That means that's a difficult thing to do then in a live service realm, is to, like, you need that consumer inertia. You need that velocity like they talked about, okay? Lono has been about longevity, not the actual quality of the game. Thank you. I am not talking about quality of the game here. I'm talking about longevity and re-engagement. And if you have people bouncing off your game during a server slam because they feel like it's too difficult, too punishing, or too niche, that's not good for live service longevity, okay? That has nothing to do with game quality. Try to take the fights you think you can win. You don't need to fight everything. Greed and ambition can lead to a quick downfall. This is obviously, going to trip people up that are very PvP focused, right? They're going to be like, what? I want to fight everything. So, again, that could be one of the dilemmas. Many of you have been saying for weeks that that's going to be one of the appeals of Marathon, is that it'll be more PvP focused because people are not able to get the PvP focus in Arc Raiders. Well, if they come over with that focus, he's basically saying, don't play that way. You listen to what I'm saying now. This is feels like a high wire. This feels like a very, very tight lane that you're going to have to stay in to have a good time. Don't play like a PvP player. Don't play like a looter and care about your loot. Okay, you're putting up a lot of guardrails for people. Like I said, that's a little niche. That's a little narrow. That could make people bounce off. Thank you, Hendrix, for 37 months in a Member Plus. 37 months. You are my GOAT. Hope you enjoy Marathon. Can't wait to play. And then Shaka Zulu comes in with a renewal as well and gets us a 320. We are exactly 5 members away from the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. This is the perfect time to snipe it and steal it. YouTube, you're going to want to pay attention to that member count because they get stolen a lot by Twitch because they have less latency on the stream. So again, what I'm reading here is play careful, don't care about your loot, don't be aggressive, don't go get in every fight that you see, okay? So, like, the PvP-focused guys are going to have to play in a very specific way. The loot-based guys are going to have to play in a very specific way. I'm here to tell you, you are narrowing this game's funnel. He's telling people how to best cut their teeth and navigate the learning curve. Sure, he's describing how the game's going to go, and I'm here to tell you, thank you for a 5-on for Broken Earth. Twitch was too slow off the draw. That's a little unusual. Usually Twitch wins those battles. You guys have got to hear what I'm saying. You've got to hear what I'm saying. You guys are quick to be like, well, that's fine. That's the way the game goes. That's an extraction shooter. That's the way a game like this is supposed to go, and blah, blah, blah. Listen, I'm talking about how people will respond to a game that at some level is perpetually dictating how you ought to play. Players don't respond well to that. If there is almost like this perpetual paternalism of like, hey, play in this way, don't do that, do this, don't care about this, do that, I'm here to tell you, players bounce off of that. I think you're reaching. Engage with my argument instead of asserting the same thing you've said multiple times, Yanadid. Actually engage with what I'm saying. The like, oh, I think you're reaching. You're not even attempting to reach. Maybe try doing that. Like, you guys do this. You just start doing the platitude thing. Engage with what I'm saying. How is it dictating, though? Through negative reinforcement. So through negative reinforcement, it's essentially telling you don't care about your loot. It's also telling you, hey, don't get in lots of fights. It's telling you, like, don't be aggressive. Don't focus purely on PvP. Negative reinforcement is there as, like, basically funneling player behavior. Now, I've talked about this before. There's a variety of ways that you can adjust. I'll read the rest of it in a minute. There's a variety of ways that you can influence and adjust player behavior, okay? There's negative or punitive, okay? So negative or punitive would be closing something, taking something away, or punishing, right? You can get people to stop doing something if you do that. If you close the loot cave, if you punish people for doing an exploit. So that's negative. In this game, there will be negative reinforcement. You've got previous comments? All right, I'll read them in a second, Yanadid. I was going to say, I'm happy to have your pushback, but don't just keep saying you're reaching. Like, add to the conversation. I must have just missed what you said. Okay, so Negative reinforcement is there, and it will influence how people play. So if you go into Helldivers, as an example, and if you're constantly throwing down your stratagems close to you and your friends, you're going to die. That's a form of negative reinforcement. It's like, hey, don't do that. The game doesn't come down and say, hey, dummy, don't do that. The game naturally, organically gives you a piece of like negative reinforcement to say, don't throw your stratagems close to you and your friends. It's going to harm your ability to succeed. So Marathon's negative reinforcement will be, you're going to lose your loot. So don't care about it that much. If you care about it very much, you're not going to have a good time, right? So loot-based players that really look like to take care of their loot and keep their loot, they're not going to like that, okay? He's also saying negative reinforcement, right? If you get in every fight, you're going to run out of ammo. You're not going to have enough stuff. You're not going to have enough resources. That's a form of negative reinforcement. So the game's going to, again, the game's going to be putting these guardrails up for you to play in a particular way. And I'm here to tell you, PvP-focused players, I feel like many of them aren't going to like that. Now, some are going to enjoy that because they're going to enjoy the element of like, I'm scavenging, I've got my power, I'm in a better position to win this fight. But that negative reinforcement's going to be there for those guys who are like, oh, finally, a new PvP game, let's go play. And the elements of the game that's been designed to work in a particular way, it's going to be like negatively reinforcing you from doing that. You see? So my observation is, from the very beginning, Joe Ziegler, the guy that wrote this thing that I'm reading, has said, this is not a game for everybody. It's intense. You're going to lose your stuff, okay? I'm telling you, the path to enjoying this game is narrow. Now, one of the reasons that I think arena shooters have fallen by the wayside is I call them a meat grinder. One of the reasons that just gets really boring for people is because the game exists on a binary, right? The game exists on a binary. You don't really have fun when you're losing a PvP game, okay? You don't. You don't disagree with most of that? Right, so I'm getting ready to land the plane here. When the game exists on a binary, your enjoyment then comes from the thing that gives you like the positive reinforcement and the best feeling. So what's the positive reinforcement? Perfect time question, Bone Zero. The positive reinforcement in Marathon is winning the fights and getting out. Okay? That puts the game on a binary. It's like if you're losing your stuff, sucks. If you're not getting out, sucks. If you're losing fights, sucks. So you're creating that binary of, well, in order to get to the positive, right, you gotta play in this way. I'm here to tell you, when you narrow that path to victory, when you narrow that path to the positive reinforcement, you will get lots of people to bounce off. I'm not saying the game will suck. I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm saying that's a threat to re-engagement. One of the reasons that I believe Arc Raiders has been so incredibly successful is because the pathway to the positive reinforcement, to the fun, to the good stuff, it's a wide road. You can play passive, you can play sneaky, you can play PvE, you can play focused on missions, you can play focused on quests, you can play crazy PvP. And all along that spectrum, people are engaging in their way, and there's not this overbearing sense of negative reinforcement like, no, you need to play in this way. And if you don't, you're going to fall off into the pit of negative reinforcement and have a bad time. You see? So you guys can go on your speeches, you can give your tips, you can say, well, that's just an extraction shooter. All that's well and good. I'm talking about player psychology and how the average player, the average consumer, is going to react to a game that's doing that. I believe everything we're talking about right now is a gigantic threat to re-engagement. It is. I think that is a gigantic threat to re-engagement. Are they successful? Do they find a core audience? I don't know. Maybe. I think that's the ultimate question. I'm not speaking to the game's quality or the game being good or bad. I'm saying re-engagement lives and dies on everybody having a good time. That's what re-engagement, that's the gasoline of re-engagement is people having a good time. I'm here to tell you, this seems like a really narrow path to having a good time in this game. It seems par for the course for an extraction. I think the popularity of Arc Raiders is not because it's an extraction shooter. I think it's because social element, it's a third space for people. I've literally seen videos of guys that are like, Arc Raiders gave me hope. Like, it gave me a place to go and be and have a good time and to help others and to have like some meaning and some purpose. Like, I don't think Arc Raiders is being super successful because like it's a great extraction shooter. People aren't playing Arc Raiders in that way. Look at the clips that go viral. Look at the clips of people helping each other and the heartwarming moments and the funny moments and the troll moments. Like, I'm here to tell you that game is being extremely successful because it does not play like an extraction shooter. You're using confirmation bias. You want the game to be bad, and you're finding ways to confirm that. I don't think you understand what confirmation bias is. You're also accusing me of like lacking integrity and honesty, which is a fast track out of here. If you want to have a disagreement, fine. You're making it about me. If you want to make it about me, you can leave. That's not what we're doing today. If you want to take swipes at me and act like, oh no, I know your real intentions, Lono. You want this game to be bad and you're finding ways to confirm it. Just save everybody the trouble and leave now. I'm not interested in hearing your analysis of me. Engage with the argument like an adult. If you're going to take swipes and make it personal, take a hike. That's not what we're doing today. I'm not in the mood for folks like you. I'm not in the mood for it at all. I am plotting out very, very fair arguments about player psychology and negative reinforcement and positive reinforcement and how players respond to that. And I'm talking about re-engagement patterns. I talked about re-engagement patterns with every single game we've been talking about. We've been talking about fair games. We've been talking about high guard. We've been talking about all kinds of subjects with respect to re-engagement patterns. I'm doing the same thing with this game. You want to sneak in this swipe about how like you really want this game to be bad. You're not commenting on my analysis. You're commenting on me. You're saying, oh no, you want the game to be bad. Why would I want the game to be bad? That doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for me to want the game to be bad. Like, I've sat here for years now, defended Bungie and said, hey, they're an authority in the live service space, a company that I have no reason to defend. You guys want to make it personal and be like, no, you have an agenda, you're mad, you want it to be bad, you're being petty. And it's like, I feel like since the beginning, I have made it very clear that this game, from their own mouth, is not a game for everybody. That makes it a tough sell for a live service funnel. We have talked about this with so many games. We've even talked about this with Marvel Rivals. If you look at the Marvel Rivals player counts, homie, you have got to have a very, very full funnel. You have to, because you're going to lose players. It's just that you're often biased in terms of your own likes and dislikes, especially when it comes to PvP. A complete and utter dodge of everything that I've talked about. Nothing that I've talked about today has to do with PvP. It doesn't. I've been talking about live service re-engagement with this, which is something I would consider myself an authority on after covering Destiny for 5 years. I professionally shoutcasted Fortnite. I played Valorant to study it so I could professionally shoutcast it. I've been playing PvP games since before some of you people were even alive. This idea that I have a bias against PvP and that shades my coverage, engage with my argument. You're talking about me. It's so pathetic. Oh, but you and your bias, engage in my argument. Engage it. I'm talking about positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, a player funnel needing to be broad. You need consumer inertia. You need consumer velocity. You need that. Bungie has admitted this in the GDC presentation that they made. Quit making it about me. It's so tiring to have my alleged PvP bias invoked by people who can't engage in the argument. Engage in the argument. Like, we're not, I'm absolutely not talking about fun factor. I'm not talking about quality. I'm not talking about good or bad. I'm talking about player re-engagement. We have talked about this with every game, whether it's Helldivers or Arc Raiders or Marathon, or we've talked about it with High Guard. Remember when they said, oh, we don't need a really big player base? And people were talking about, oh, it'll be just fine if they can get a core audience. And I said, there's a minimum viable player count that you need for a game to survive. you remember all the coping from people that were like, if y'all, you don't need a big player base to succeed? And I was like, are you insane? What do you mean? We've been talking about this subject for years. Every single time a game has come out and has tried to do the live service thing, we have had this conversation. And some of y'all get so weird and twisted up over Bungie property. You get weird and twisted up over Marathon. And you're like, no, Lono, this is your bias. And it's like, I'm applying the same exact type of rigor and argumentation that I did with Concord, that I did with when Arc Raiders first came out, when Highguard came out. I've never once talked differently about these games depending on whether or not they're PvP or PvE. I have talked about the actual player funnel and what that leads to with respect to trajectory of player loss and viability of the product. That's all I've ever talked about with all these games. Now, I've got some people to thank. If you don't engage my argument and you make it about me and my bias, I'm telling you right now, you're either going to get ignored or timed out. That's just a giant distraction from what we're trying to do today. We're trying to have a good conversation and a good back and forth. You can disagree with me without being like, oh, but you want the game to be bad. You're speaking to my intentions. You have no idea what my intentions are. Oh, but you're biased. You don't have a clue how my bias affects this because I've set that aside. I've not once talked about, oh, I don't like PvP games, therefore it will be bad. I even said today that my gameplay today is not about whether or not I have a good time or have a fun time. I am interested in, if you go back and watch the show open, I said, the thing I'm most interested in is player response. What is the public's response to this game? Y'all got him heated? Don't project like that. That's condescending. I'm not heated at all. I'm putting people in their place. I'd like to have a productive discussion that doesn't devolve into weird passive swipes at me. Didn't catch your whole video today, but you said multiple times in past videos that the game needs PvE. Why do you think I said that? Do you have a theory on why I said it needs PvE? Was it for my own preference, or was it because Bungie employees themselves said it? The guys that have a 12-year running live service game internally tried to tell the leadership that the game needed PvE because that helps people to re-engage in their own way. I didn't say that for myself. Like, I wasn't like, oh, I better have PvE for me. Like, no, I was literally saying what the frickin' guys at Bungie said. The guys at Bungie literally said, I think we're going to need some PvE. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm saying what developers at the company said. I'm not saying that for me. Like, oh yeah, he really wants PvE in there. He's arguing for his own bias. Huh? Look at the history of Destiny. Before we look at the history of Destiny, let me thank some people. Broken Earth with a $5 super chat says, I was given Arc Raiders by a friend. It actually is pretty good, even just with the PvE aspects. The occasional PvP mostly becomes annoying. 27 months from Mac Attack. Mac Attack with 27 months. I switched monitors and like looking up there, everything's smaller. Old man eyes. Been a while, Lono. What's your mindset heading into day one marathon? Loot Gremlin, good vibes, chaos, anarchy. I just want to kind of test it. I just want to test all of the facets of it. And Ristic with a gifted. Let me add that gifted, and let me add Mac Attacks as well. I owe YouTube one. No, I did my one. What would constitute successful re-engagement? The successful re-engagement of this game would be a viable number for them to continue supporting it. I don't have a number in my mind because they do. A 5 bomb comes in from Siege Master and gives us a 332. Like, the re-engagement number they need to hit is one that they know. I don't know the number. I'm not going to pretend to know the number. I don't know their budget. I don't know their bandwidth. I don't know the amount of operational costs that are going into this game. Server costs as well, boys. They have dedicated servers. That's a double-edged blade. That is a double-edged blade. That means cost of keeping this game going is higher than Destiny was. Not total higher. I'm saying the actual server infrastructure to keep this running will be more costly. So they've got to make that up. Peer-to-peer in Destiny for 11 or 12 years kept operational, that aspect, not total operational cost, it kept that aspect of operational cost low for Destiny. So they've got dedicated servers. That's another piece of the operational cost. So they're going to have a level of engagement, because you have to remember something. The way that Justin Truman talked at the GDC, there's an inertia, there's a velocity where like you hit player peak and then you come down from there. Destiny had dedicated servers too. It was a mix. No, they did not. They had listen servers. Those are not the same. Listen servers, and then everything else was peer-to-peer. They did not have dedicated servers. You were never connecting to a server as well as other people. You were connecting to an instance that was housed by a peer, and the listen servers helped all that run smoothly. So the trajectory of a game, like you go way up here, and then you're naturally going to come down like this, right? And they know that. They know that as you're coming down, they know that you're going to be making less money. And then you obviously are going to do like an event or something, right? You're going to like inject the game with relevancy and try and get it to bounce back. So you're going to have like these ups and downs, okay? Helldivers, let's just take it as an example. Helldivers knows that like, okay, here's our floor, and here's conceivably how high we can get it to go with new content, how much money we can make, and then it's going to come back down, okay? So wherever they settle on that trajectory is going to have a significant impact on how much money they make. A significant impact. Because that is going to be in relation to, well, how much bandwidth can they put into it? How many people can they have working on it? How often are they putting out new content? All of this is tied up in their own operational costs at the company. Hang on, Tech used a Prime for 44 months over there on dedicated server infrastructure with client-side peer-to-peer and physics simulation. The game state was literally handled by dedicated servers. Yeah, but you were never on a dedicated server, Eugene. Like, if they had dedicated servers running some of those things on their side of things, you as the player were never on a dedicated server. The infrastructure that they're going to be using in this game with dedicated servers is going to be more expensive, conceivably, because you're going to have that running all of the time. You can't, like, take some of them down and then ramp some of them back up and all that. They have to be available. You've got to be able to spin up more also if your player base numbers go high. Like if they exceeds past their expectations, like this happened with frickin' Helldivers. Now, my sophistication in server infrastructure is very limited, but it's my understanding that spinning up dedicated servers is very expensive. It's why live service games don't do things like early access, because it's not cheap to spin up all those servers. There's no way we're going to try and have the argument that Destiny had dedicated servers. They had like a thing in the background running dedicated servers that were handling like some of the physics and things. Everything else was peer-to-peer, and they used listen servers to connect everybody. Bring back personal dedicated servers. That's when multiplayer was peak. I'm not sure what you mean. That's just peer-to-peer, is it not? I don't know why it started a hype train on Twitch, but it's there. Watched videos yesterday, and there are PvE events that Marathon ship, and that Marathon ship is PvE. Yeah, I think one of the issues with the PvE content, FCAT, is that you're basically going to have to doing a good job extracting to get into some of those areas. Like there's going to be like loot thresholds and things that you have to hit. I don't think you're just going to be able to walk in and be like, yeah, I don't want to go do PvP. I want to go do the PvE stuff. Like that's not going to be an option. Again, that's another thing that I think is the issue. I think they'll need to average 200,000 on Steam. When does it drop? There's a countdown right next to me. If you guys are just tuning in, I do a daily talk show. I keep it safe for work. We're having a back and forth. My continued opinion has been that Marathon will struggle with re-engagement. Yeah, it's fine. Call me Cup. Everybody does that. Everybody comes in and says, when's it? When is it? When is it? 1 p.m. Eastern. Which that might not mean anything to you. You could be in Germany. So that's why we put the countdown. Are you going to play Marathon? Yes. Do you think it will outperform Arc? No. Is Preload available? No. I thought the slam wasn't until 6 p.m. No, it's at 1 p.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Pacific. I hope singles is more PvE based, where squad play is more PvP. You have to pre-order to play in the test. No, it's totally free. It'll be in the stores when it goes live. You cannot preload. They said that will help their servers. There's plenty of live games with less than 200,000. 200,000 is a lot of people. That's why I won't throw out a number. I'm not going to throw out a number. I have no idea what their number is. The number that they need for regular re-engagement, remember when I said Helldivers has a floor? Whatever Marathon's floor is, they know it internally because they know how they can bring people in with respect to new content and what that means for money. So the key is that they know the number and can they move things around? Like, so let's say they go below a floor that they wanted to be sitting at, okay? Let's say they go below that floor. Let's just say they need daily player peaks on Steam, PlayStation, and Xbox. They need to be hitting a player peak of concurrent numbers. Let's just say 100,000, okay? I'm throwing out a number. This is not my prediction. Let's just say that's their number. They're like, yep, between all three platforms, we need about 100,000, peaks every day. Okay, that's about as low as we can go. Let's say they drop below that, and they're consistently hitting like 60 or 70,000. Now, what that means is they can run calculations, and they can say, if we do new content, and we do monetization, and we do this, that, and the third, that number of player translates into approximately this much revenue at this interval. They can make these sorts of projections based off of their experience with Destiny and based off of the player behavior in the game, okay? Well, what that means then is they may have to shift things around. They may have to say, okay, we're going to have to lower, bandwidth. We're going to have to shift people off the project because we're not going to be generating enough revenue annually. They'll be able to make those types of projections because you have to generate a certain amount of revenue to keep something like this going. That's the general problem with live service. It's like, in those old cartoons where they'd be throwing coal in the fire to keep the train going, okay? This is like that, but the train has to keep going while simultaneously constantly getting that coal to come in. Like it's got to keep going. You have to have that inertia and that momentum and that velocity. I mean, as an extreme example, look at what happened to High Guard. I mean, it was a boom, and it fell so fast. And all of the bluster and the bloviating and the coping and the excuse making didn't matter. The inertia was set. It was a free fall. It's organic. Like, you can defend the game, you can say it's fun, you can say I have a bias, whatever it is you're going to say in response to what I'm saying. They know internally just how low that number can get before it's like, yeah, we're not going to make enough money to justify this game's existence. All live service games face this challenge. This is not unique to Marathon. True, the same with Splitgate. It happened to Splitgate 1. It happened to Splitgate 2. It happened to X Defiant. It happened to all those battle royales that tried to take a crack. They all thought they were going to do it. It happens to all of them. Yeah, I'm going to try it today, Dauntless. Yes. It'll have fiery engagement with seasonal content loops. If there's one thing I don't think I've ever understood, it's confidence based in nothing. I'm going to try and keep this lighthearted, but this has been a bewildering thing for me recently. We saw it with Ashes of Creation. We saw it with Ashes of Creation. There was all this confidence, and there was no real reason to be confident. We saw it with High Guard. We've seen this with Crimson Desert. I have people giving me these strong assurances. It's going to run fine, Lono. Really? Why do you think that? We have zero proof. We have nothing. We have nothing. We have nothing. We have nothing to base that off of. And now we got somebody saying, it'll have fine re-engagement. They'll just do seasonal content drops. Oh, okay. I mean, everybody that's tried to do live service has been like, hey, we have seasonal drops. We've got content. Little to harsh. Bungie makes good gunplay, and Marathon did get some good polish. Today will tell. We've seen it with Arc Raiders. Do you honestly think that Arc Raiders gets re-engagement because of their seasonal stuff? Like, they get spikes for sure, but do you think, like, Arc Raiders had really healthy re-engagement for, like, the first, what was it like? It was, I think we got into the second month, and people were telling me, it's still early, Lono. It's still early. Arc Raiders is going to start to drop. And I was like, oh, okay. We got into the third month, and people did the same thing. They're like, it's still early, Lono. I was like, oh, okay. We're 3 months in. Like if you get 90 days in and Marathon's kicking, I'll admit it. I'll be like, hey, they did it. They were successful. Like if you get 90 days in and you still have people re-engaging, that's really, really impressive, right? So if they can hit similar, if they can hit similar re-engagement patterns before the seasonal content starts to drop, that's what you want to see. If the only real reason you think people are going to re-engage is for the seasonal content, you got a real problem on your hands, because you got to space that stuff out. The content drops are there to cause like the spikes and the rejuvenation. They can't literally be the reason people keep coming back. The reason people keep coming back has to be intrinsic to the game itself. The server slam's open to everybody. You don't have to spend a dime to play today. When is it? I got a countdown right next to me. Guys, make sure if you're watching on YouTube, you're hitting the like button. You don't have to subscribe to talk in my chat. I'm going to go back to reading the rest of this. I do want to go... Where's Yanadid? Yanadid said he said some things earlier in the stream. He said, won't everyone still be joining at the same time after the game downloads, though? Well, no, because everybody's download speeds vary, Yanadid. So... if you and I can both preload and my internet is a gig fiber and your internet is like decent DSL, homie, I'm getting in way before you. I'm going to get in probably 45 minutes before you. That staggers entrance. Just to be clear as to why I was saying that. If we're all varying speeds downloading the game, faster speeds will get in first. Everybody else is going to be a cascade of entrance points, because it's like, well, I mean, you could be on much slower internet than me. You said, I think he's giving people some guidelines to keep them in mind since it's new, because we were looking at these things. I want to finish looking at these things from Joe Ziegler. You don't want people getting frustrated on the first day. I think you're reading too much into it. These seem like basic guidelines. Okay, here's the thing about these basic guidelines Iana did, and this was the point that I was making. These guidelines are letting us look behind the curtain, right? Negligible difference? Oh no, it's not a negligible difference. Believe me. If you have 1 million people trying to log into your game at the exact same time, it's a disaster, because the authentication servers basically can't keep up. If you have 1 million people trying to download Marathon at the same time, Steam servers, PlayStation servers, and Xbox servers are all taking the hit. And Xbox freaking absolutely caps speeds. I'm constantly like pausing and unpausing anytime I download something on the Xbox, because like it's like really, really fast, and then they throttle it down. So if you're not babysitting your uploads on Xbox, they will slow down significantly. So what happens then is, if I've got fiber and I'm on Steam or PlayStation, where I don't feel like it ever gets really throttled, I'm going to get in before you. That makes a big difference. If you got 250,000 people on slower internet, which plenty of people are on slower internet, they're going to get into Marathon way after me. Does that make sense? As always, great overlays and scenes, very clean. Oh, thank you. A stadium can hold 100,000, but it can't let them all in at once. That's right. So here was my point about these guidelines. The other thing to remember is the average player that's going to download this for free and play today isn't going to read his guidelines. Do you see the point that I'm making? Do you see the concern? This man is telling you to play in a very particular way to have a good time. We've talked about this many, many times. The average gamer isn't going to read this or know about this. So what do you think their experience is going to be? Do you think they're going to know about all these particulars and how to play? Don't you think that's a concern? This homie's like, given, oh yeah, don't be aggressive. Make sure you have ammo. Don't get in every single fight. Don't care about your loot. Okay. I hope that the average player has that mentality because they can download it and play it for free. A free-to-play event can really hurt you. This game is far better than Concord, but that's what happened to Concord, isn't it? Concord let everybody play it. They had more numbers for their free-to-play window or their beta than they did for the launch version because everyone was like, this sucks. Like, this could work against them. It's free. Nobody's paying a dime. And they could be like, yeah, I had a bad time. It climbing the top-selling charts on Steam just goes to show you how people aren't even informed about how to play. They're buying it on Steam, and they don't have to. They don't have to, and they are. I think someone invested enough for a server slam would probably know his Twitter. No. I mean, again, you got to think. This type of thing spreads word of mouth. Oh, we can play for free? When? Oh, sweet. And they may check Twitter. They may get emails from Bungie that tell them when they can play. That doesn't mean they're following Joe Ziegler. Like, what's his follower count, for Pete's sakes? Ziegler Dev. Homie, he the man doesn't even have 100,000 followers. Like, come on now. This man, like, I'm not saying anything. I don't have that many followers. This is not the kind of reach that you would want if you're trying to let, like, the vast player base that might try your game out. I'm just here to tell you. They seem to know. Let's read the rest of what he said so we can kind of put this to bed. Don't sleep on the battery weapons, he says. In the right hands, they are strong. But remember, if you reload with them before they're empty, you lose the battery. A week from release, people are buying the game. Not unusual at all. That's fair pushback. Maybe people are pre-ordering on Steam because it's about to come out. It is interesting that they're doing it literally the day of the server slam, though, Eugene. Like, that doesn't feel like a coincidence to me. I think people think that they feel like they maybe have to. Oh, yeah, so Forbes is doing the same thing. 11 Marathon Server Slam tips from the game director himself. There you go. Here, let me do this so I can scroll down. So don't sleep on battery weapons. In the right hands, they are strong, but remember, if you reload with them before they're empty, you lose the battery. So, guys, don't be a Call of Duty reloader, okay? I know you're out there. You're going to shoot 2 bullets and you're going to reload, okay? And the reason that I know you do it is because I do it, all right? The habitual reloaders unite, okay? We are Legion. You also don't need to click the stick 3 times to sprint, okay? Just once will do, okay? Anyways. A friend who plays Triage as a keeper, be kind to them. Huh? If you want to win a fight, use what your opponent wants against them. Patience and cunning are powerful allies. Straight rooks are unpredictable and can either be a blessing or a curse, depending on how you treat them. Don't tilt. Cooler heads make smarter decisions. If all else fails, beg for mercy in prox chat and hope someone listens. Yeah, I mean, listen. This guy's responding to me and says he can control the follow-ups. Limited time makes question selection more important, not less. If the answer was empty, why is everyone acting like the interview was fine? Okay, so I need to say something. This clip is floating around of this person here. His name is Blessing Jr. I'm not familiar with him. I know Kind of Funny, and I've seen clips from their shows. I don't consume their content. That's not shade. I don't really have time to consume content, and the little that I do consume is not theirs. Okay. He goes in pretty hard on Jez Corden, and they're questioning why Jez got the interview. You know, talking about reputable press and this, that, and the third. Okay. And I reacted to Jez's interview here, and I said, I thought he asked perfectly fine questions. He cannot control what they say. The other thing he can't do is he cannot be like a bludgeoning interviewer. Like if they say something and he finds it to be a little bit corpo and a little bit non-distinct, he can't be like, well, I want to dive deeper on that. He had 15 minutes to do this interview, okay? So what's he going to do? You're just going to hop from question to question to question, right? Like, that's what you're going to do, because this is the pushback here. He's saying he can control the follow-ups. Limited time makes question selection more important, not less. So what you're saying is he should have had scripted follow-ups, like spoken like someone who's never done one of these interviews before. A lot of people are so ignorant about how this goes. I did this at E3 2019. I probably did this 30-something times. I got to interview a developer or the head of a division or the head of publishing of a game, and I had 15 minutes to do it. That's all I got. Do you want to know what I didn't do? I didn't have a bunch of hard-hitting follow-ups. It was, what's the point of your game? What's this? Blah, blah, blah. Like, I would go ding, 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 ding. We would do a pre-interview to be like, is there anything that you really want to highlight? Okay? Jez had 15 minutes to be like, what do you mean by the return of Xbox? A good question, because nobody knew what the heck she meant by return of Xbox. What does that mean? He asked about AI, another burning question that people had. Now, he didn't have hard-hitting follow-ups, because that's not how you conduct a 15-minute interview. And this individual here at Kind of Funny should know better. He should know better. Number one, there's no reason to go out here and slam somebody for doing an interview because you don't like the answers that we got. The answers that we got were a bunch of generic corpo speak. That is not on Jez. It's not on him. It isn't. I thought he asked perfectly fine questions. Now, if you've got like 45 minutes to an hour like a podcast, then yes, it makes perfectly sense in that context to say, I want to explore that a little bit further. You know, I want to explore what you just said a little bit further. When you have 15 minutes, you're literally just going to go through your bullet point questions to make sure you get everything that you can. If the minute you stop to drill down on something, you're not going to get to all your questions. He says in his article, he didn't get to ask about Game Pass and other things. There were other things he wanted to ask about that he didn't get to ask about. So turning this into an opportunity to slam him and act like he did a bad job and like he's a shill or whatever, I thought it was a perfectly fine interview. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I think this is incredibly unprofessional to do. If you want to be critical of what they said, then go be critical of what they said. Now, if he threw out a bunch of softballs and asked her what her favorite game was and what her favorite controller was, then take him to the cleaners. I would be right there with you saying these are not questions worthy of this interview. He didn't do that. He asked questions that I wanted answered. They didn't give good answers, and that's on them. He doesn't have to turn into a Diane Sawyer hit piece where he's like, oh, well, I don't know. That's not a very good answer. I better push in on this. It's like, I've got 15 minutes. You got 15 minutes. Listen, I was critical of when Jez interviewed Phil Spencer. I told this to him directly. I was like, I thought you should have asked him about the first-party games. I thought that was a mistake. I think that's a fair criticism. I'm not calling him a name. I'm not insulting him. I'm saying I think you could have done a better job in that famous interview with Phil Spencer. You know what I mean? You could have asked him about first-party games instead of just like taking his answer on Game Pass. Thank you, Broken Earth, for 2 singles. He's setting it up. We're at 335. We're 15 members away from the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. Easier to attack the interviewer than the interviewee in the hopes of them getting the next interview. Yeah, exactly, Hex. Come out and actually be critical of what they said and talk about how they were empty, nothing burger answers, and then guess what? You're probably not going to get to interview them. You know? Personally, if I was Asha Sharma and I was Matt Booty and I saw this clip, I'd be like, you know what? I don't think we should give them an interview. That was really unprofessional. To take somebody and to rake them over the coals and to be critical of them because he didn't ask better questions. We gave the guy 15 minutes so that we could just get something out there. And we know what Microsoft's doing. We know what Xbox is doing. Eugene says it's such a hypocritical take. They're guilty of the same. I'm not going to get into hurling mud here. I'm not going to get into like a receipt pull on Kind of Funny Games and stuff that they've done and interviews that they've done. I don't think that that's productive. If they feel like their content speaks for itself, and if they feel like their interviews have been conducted in the way that they think interviews should be conducted, then maybe they should make a video about that. That would be my charge to them. Show us how it's done. Show us how it's done. Where are your hard-hitting interviews with Phil Spencer? We got the infamous Kind of Funny podcast where Phil Spencer got really candid, but him being candid, was it because they were being hard-hitting and asking like really tough questions, or was it because Phil was just being candid? Did they really get Phil to say what he said, or did Phil just say, I mean, we're not going to out-console Sony and Nintendo? Did they get him to say that? I feel like Phil was just being candid. Like, Jez could have asked these questions, and they could have been extremely candid. She could have been like, you know what? I just really feel like Xbox is in a place that the public doesn't really trust it, and we're going to do everything we can to win back that trust. We've made a lot of mistakes, and it's time that we start fixing them. And that would be pretty candid, and that would be pretty like, oh, wow. She's almost being critical of Phil and the former leadership by saying that. And instead, she goes with just generic, the spirit of what I meant. What the, The spirit? What? What are you talking about? Like, do you have any idea how awkward and unprofessional it would have been for him to, like, basically not accept her answer and be like, well, you didn't really say anything, so I need to ask more? I don't know. If Kind of Funny thinks that they've done an excellent job with these types of interviews, then I would invite them to put together a montage, put together a video, and say, here's how you do an interview. I don't have receipt pulls and mud to throw here, but if you think you've done better interviews, then show us. That's all I got to say. I thought it was unprofessional. I thought it was very low class to insult him like that over an interview where he had zero control over what they said. And it just feels like more damage control. It just feels like more damage control for Microsoft and Xbox anyway, which is ironic. It's like, it's incredibly ironic. It's like you're calling him a shill, or not calling him a shill. You're indicating or implying that he's some kind of a shill and that he shouldn't be, that he shouldn't be doing the interview or whatever. And it's like, meanwhile, where's your criticism for their answers? Instead of criticizing Jez, why don't you criticize them? Kyle Bozeman said kind of the same thing. Yeah, if you guys haven't watched this video yet, I know this is a little off topic on Marathon, but, what are we going to do? We'll get back to debating Marathon in just a second. This video right here is excellent. This video right here, and I got a great picture of Kyle. This is his best side. Phil Spencer's maximum stealth retirement delayed input. This is one of the best videos I've watched on it. It's hilarious. It's entertaining. It's so well done. I love Kyle. I think he's fantastic. How am I not subscribed to his channel? I see his videos all the time. What the frick? Anyway, I love him. He is so funny. I think he's appropriately critical and like snarky and sarcastic. He's very, very good. Make sure and check out his video. Make sure and sub to his channel. He's been making really good videos lately. He has something called delayed input, Which, funny enough, we almost named my podcast that. It's a good thing we didn't do that, because remember how we said, like, we can't break the news, we got to follow up on it later, and we were going to name the daily segment Delayed Input? It's a good thing we didn't do that. He was doing it long before us. Great minds think alike. It's a good name for a podcast. It's a good name for a segment. Anyways. Did he criticize Jez over the questions or the facts that Microsoft chose Windows Central? I don't remember. It was a lot. It wasn't just one thing. They were upset about going to Windows Central, and then they were also upset about the questions. It was not just critical of like Microsoft choosing Windows Central. I don't even want to watch the clip. I just think it's very, very low class and unprofessional. Ours was input delay. Oh, that's right. It was input delay. But yes, we went away from it because it was close to his. Yeah, input delay, not delayed input. The YouTube algo is so good you could watch a guy's content for months and not realize you're not subscribed. For real. Yeah, I've watched a handful of his videos. Anyways, guys, make sure that you are hitting the like button. If you're watching over there on purple, hit that heart button. Give me a follow. Use your primes. You can help us with this goal. Let me explain this goal down here in the corner. Every week, if we hit 500, that counts if you do a new or a resub or an upgrade. If we hit 500, we do a special stream on Saturday. It's an extra piece of content. It is available to everybody. It's a public stream, and my wife reacts to the gaming news, and then sometimes we play a game. So this week, if you guys do it again, we'll react to the gaming news, and then we'll continue playing through Reanimal. It was hilarious last week. If you missed it, it was so funny. We're well on pace to hitting the goal this week. It's not in danger. If you hit the stretch goal, we will also play Mugenics, which will probably equally be funny. We'll do a bit of a double header for you. It'll be a later night for us, which I'm willing to do when you guys go that crazy. Now, this is just like a weekly goal that we actually usually hit with people gifting. If you enjoy this content on a daily basis, or maybe every other day or a weekly basis, for $5 a month, you can help me do this. All right? I do this full time, and you guys can help me do this by doing a membership that you're paying for on your own. So we have a goal on YouTube specifically of getting to 600 people. Currently, we're at like 502 or something like that. So I'd like to see that at 600. So if you've never done that on YouTube, consider doing it. It's like a cup of coffee for the whole month, and you get into our Discord as well. If you're watching on Twitch, you get past the ads, which is nice, so you can use your Prime or a sub up there. And thank you, Momo Jez, for a month of memberships. A $2 super chat from Stanley. Jez said he was a shill and needs to do better. I think you're misrepresenting what he said. I don't think he said he was a shill. I feel like he said he can come off that way and he needs to work on that. I feel for him. He had 15 minutes. He asked the questions that we were all we were all thinking about. He didn't get great answers, and everybody's having a go at him. He probably ended that interview thinking, man, that was fast. And I tried to get in there and ask the questions that I thought people would want to have asked. Well, you didn't do follow-ups. Quit with the frickin' Monday morning quarterbacking. If you've never interviewed in that environment and you've never interviewed with a limited amount of time, 15 minutes, you have no idea what it's like. You have no idea. And a 33 months renewal from Bread My Butter says, make sure you do this too, and gets us to 337. What are you guys talking about over here? Talking about AI? They use AI tools. If you don't think so, you're being naive. You think everyone does, you're being naive. What are y'all talking about? Every dev uses AI to develop their games. I mean, they may use forms of automation, but no, that's not correct. That's not correct. Every single dev does not use AI. Some of them just use like automation and automated for like bug fixing and stuff. There's no preload for this, no. We're all going to be trying to download it at the exact same time. That sounds an awful lot like if you haven't done it, you can't criticize. It wasn't exactly, but it sounds like it. I'm being critical of the criticism, if that makes sense. It's a criticism inception. If you're going to criticize somebody for not following up and you don't know what it's like in a 15-minute like window of time, It would be like doing Monday morning quarterbacking and being like, well, the quarterback should have scrambled left instead of right. And it's like, have you ever been in that situation? Do you have any idea how hard it is to see the sight lines of the quarterback? Like, if you would have scrambled left instead of right, you would have had an open lane to pass the ball. Man, shut the frick up. You have no idea what it's like to be in that situation. Like, that level of analysis, it's like if you've got 15 minutes and you're interviewing somebody like that, there isn't space for follow-ups. There just isn't. Because you don't know what they're going to say. So what you do is you have bullet point questions that you're just trying to get to. That's all you're trying to do. You're trying to maximize what you get from them. Do you know what would have happened if he would have drilled down on that? If he would have drilled down on that one question and get him to elaborate, you know what people would have said? He didn't ask enough questions. He just camped out on one question. Who does an interview and asks one question? That's what people would do. It's like you can't win. I would say a journalist that criticizes another journalist better have that experience or better not have done the same thing before. A $5 super chat from Darth Nihilus. Joke's on you, Bungie. I'm at work and can't download it until 5. Blessing's done plenty of limited time interviews and was able to ask hard-hitting questions. I didn't think the questions weren't hard-hitting. He asked about, what do you mean by the return of Xbox? He asked about the implementation of AI. I forget the other questions that he asked. I just reacted to it yesterday. Every time he asked a question, I was like, this is a good question. We were all curious about this. Wait, what are we even talking about? If Blessing feels like he's done a better job and asked harder hitting questions, then by all means, show that. I still think it's unprofessional to be like, hey, that guy didn't do a good job interviewing. I would have done a better job. It's like, imagine if I did that. What would you guys think if I did that? You don't think that would be cringy if I pulled up somebody's podcast and I was like, yeah, I'd have done a better job if they were guests on my show? What the frick? You'd be like, that's cringy AF, Lono. You sound jealous, Lono. That's how that would come off. If I was like, oh, I've interviewed people main stage E3 2019. I did a better job than this. What the heck? It's just unprofessional. It's like, listen, everybody does interviews their own way. If he would have asked her favorite game, favorite controller, a game she's really looking forward to making a remake of or something, those would have been softball questions. He went right to the heart of the matter. He kicks off the interview asking, what did you mean by return of Xbox? That was like the number one thing people were like, what the heck does she mean? The return of Xbox? That's the opening question, the opening salvo. How is that not a good question? I don't understand. Here's my question. Did they break down the questions that he asked and talk about why they weren't good questions? Or did they just said he asked softball questions? Because that doesn't seem like a softball question to me. Hey, you just did this thing. You just said this thing in your press briefing. What did you mean by that? That actually is a question in the form of a follow-up. It's like, hey, you said this thing. I'd like to follow up. What did you mean by that? That's a good question. I feel like I'm losing my brain here. The world is completely backwards. Jez and I's first interaction, I was critical of how he did an ABK article, and we really butted heads. He didn't appreciate it. And now I'm out here saying he did a perfectly fine job. What are y'all talking about? Oh, Jason has replied on this Bloodborne thing. Oh, look at this. Jason Schreier says, hold on. I did not deny that Bluepoint pitched Bloodborne. I denied that specific tweet, which was saying something about how they were in the middle of making Bloodborne until Sony forced them to stop for games as a service. So Jason is clarifying. Bluepoint did, in fact, pitch Bloodborne. He's confirming it right here. So, like, if you guys missed it, Detective Seed's now known as Green Zone. Oh, shoot. He renamed himself. Green Zone Bites? Is that what it is? It's Green Zone something. He rebranded. Oh, for Pete's sakes. What is Twitter doing? Search. Yeah, Green Zone Bites. In case you missed it, he did a huge post, which is getting a lot of pushback. I unretweeted it because there was too much in it that felt like it was being like unconfirmed or refuted or pushed back against, and I didn't want to be spreading it if it wasn't like corroborated or vetted. I just felt awkward about it. I have no problem. I have no problem with seeds, but I didn't want to. I undid my retweet. So he did this big, huge breakdown of what happened with Bluepoint. Okay, it was getting pushback, and people were saying that they had heard different. Now Nate the Hate has weighed in and said some of it lines up with things that he's heard, and some of it doesn't. Jason Schreier is now corroborating the claim that Bluepoint did in fact pitch a Bloodborne remake. Which, that's on Miyazaki, according to Shuhei Yoshida. According to Shuhei Yoshida, they're not going to do it without Miyazaki's blessing. And either Miyazaki won't give their blessing because he wants to be involved, or he won't give them the blessing because he doesn't want it done. We don't know. We don't know. They pitched it. They were told no. That's the point. According to Seeds, they were like gearing up to do it. They just assumed that was like the next target. That's what they thought they were going to do. They literally did work on it at some point. And they were told no. So the reason they were told no, again, we have a very, very decent theory from Shuhei Yoshida that, like, listen, without Miyazaki's blessing, we ain't doing it. He rebranded to Green Zone Bites. It's based off of the Green Zone's the safe zone. He's veteran. He's military, and so he wanted to be associated with that. And he's working on his branding and his logos and stuff. Because the initial logo and branding and stuff, I think, are just placeholders. She was correct. I remember seeing an article on Miyazaki wanting to head the Bloodborne remake if it was ever done. Yeah, so, you know, it's a nuanced situation. It's complex. You know, Bluepoint getting closed down is incredibly disappointing. You know, you hate to see it. They could have done good work, but them not getting the Bloodborne remake, it's not as simple as being like, oh man, PlayStation's so dumb. It's like, well, if they can't get Miyazaki's blessing, then they're not going to do it. If that makes sense. Which Seeds was indicating there was some kind of a tense relationship with FromSoft. That's just what he's being told. That's not one that I necessarily am going to put a whole lot of weight in. I don't think it was tense. I think it was, we have a good relationship. Why disrupt that? Like, why do something without their blessing, without Saint Miyazaki's blessing? It is what it is. I'm not torn up about games that were never going to happen. In his own words, it's his masterpiece. You don't touch it without him. That's not selfish. Yeah, I don't think he's being selfish at all. He's spoken very clearly and candidly about what that title means to him. And, you know, the idea that they're just going to do it without his blessing or permission would be a bad move. Go research. He did not like Demon's Souls remake. Wait, you're telling me that Miyazaki did not like the Demon's Souls remake? Where was that stated? Elden Ring director Miyazaki reveals why he hasn't played Bluepoint's Demon's Souls remake yet. He also shared that the graphical fidelity of the Demon's Souls remake put extra pressure on the team at FromSoftware. That's why he doesn't like it. They made the game look too good, and he's like, Elden Ring ain't gonna look like that. That's why he didn't like the remake. He's like, it's too good. Hey, now people are going to expect us to make our games look like that, man. That's not cool, bro. That's kind of funny. Let's see. He said the focus on graphical fidelity was not something FromSoft puts on a top priority, and that's why his team, specifically the graphics creation staff, felt this as extra pressure after the remake was released. However, that doesn't mean that they aren't up for the challenge. And not just with Elden Ring, he said, but with all the games we make. Graphical fidelity is not something that we put as the top priority. What we ask for on the graphics side depends on the systems and the requirements on the game itself, and it takes less priority compared to the other elements of the development. So this always is an area where I feel a little bit apologetic towards my graphics team because I know they work extremely hard, and they've worked extremely hard on Elden Ring. Our graphic systems team and our programmers have been pushing a lot of new features to create the best looking games that we've ever made. He then explained why he has yet to play the Demon's Souls remake, despite the original being another game that he was the director of. What it boils down to, according to Miyazaki, is that he is not a fan of replaying his old work. I think you misrepresented what he said, and we're proving it right now. As you say, I was not directly involved in it, and I haven't actually played the Demon's remake, but this is because I just don't enjoy playing the games that I have made in the past. It brings up a lot of old emotions, a lot of old memories, and this gets a little bit overwhelming, and it doesn't feel like playing anymore, and it doesn't feel like playing anymore. So I have not played the Demon's Souls remake, but I am very glad to see it get the fresh look, these brand new current gen graphics. So claim completely falsified. Thank you for telling me to do research. Maybe you should take your own advice. That took me 60 seconds. He did not say that he didn't like it. He didn't play it, but he was glad to see it remade. G-Money Christmas. Like, this is exactly what I've been talking about lately with coverage. Like, G-Money Christmas. 60 seconds of research, brother. A lot of FromSoft purists hate the remake because Bluepoint changed a lot of the environmental details and atmospheric elements, music, and set pieces that gave Demon's Souls its quote-unquote soul. I wonder, though, if this is an insight into why we'll never get a Bloodborne remake. I wonder. It's not a top priority, and he doesn't like replaying his old games. I'm gonna save that article. I want to bring down the hammer. I mean, I'm not bringing down the hammer. You came in and told me to do some research. You spoke as if you were in the know, and then I did the research, and 60 seconds later, the thing that you claimed wasn't true. Like, what the frick? A gifted from Risic coming in and getting us to 338. YouTube, get ready. Don't let Twitch steal this. I think I know what we're getting ready to do. All right, get ready. Somebody get their finger trigger? Somebody get their breaded butter finger trigger ready so that you can trigger the pull and shot the take. Golly goodness, I cannot talk anymore. I can't do it. I think retirement's around the corner, boys. I yap for a living, and I've lost the ability to speak well. I just keep mixing my words up. I mean, people wanted me to talk more dumb. So maybe I'm evolving. Maybe I'm close to my final form. And a 5-bomb comes in from Risic and gets us to 343. It is trigger finger? Finger trigger. It is trigger finger. No, I said it right? Wait, did I say it correct and thought I said it wrong? Oh, man. That's even worse. And a 10-bomb comes in from Wired Rope. He steals it for Twitch. It is trigger finger. I'm losing it. I'm absolutely losing it. Lord have mercy. Thank you so much for that gifted member bomb over there, Wired Rope. And a single comes in from Risic over here on YouTube. He may be getting ready to attempt that first 20 bomb of the week. No, have we had a 20 bomb? We've had 50 bombs. I don't think we've had 20 bombs. And Hidden Siryu comes in with the 10 bomb right behind and gets us a 364. Wow. We are moving. You guys are going to work on the stretch goal, I think, this week. We haven't had stretch in a while. It'll be a really fun Saturday. It'll be a really long stream, but it'll be fun. It'll be worth it. Make it dumber for my smooth brain. That's right. And then Alex gifts one over there on purple and gets us 10 away from the next milestone. Remember, every 25, I gift one. And whoever hits it gets it. So whichever platform hits the milestone gets it. When is it live? I've got the countdown right next to me, about 2 hours from now. And a single gifted comes in from Finger Trigger. Did I say Finger Trigger? I feel like I said it backwards. Did I say it right the first dadgum time? Thank you for the gifted membership, Finger Trigger. Finger you trigger, finger person. Golly goodness. Are you going to play RE9 tomorrow? Oh, yes. You said Finger Trigger? Okay, I was going to say, I was pretty sure I said it backwards. Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to Resident Evil 9. It looks so good. Like, yeah. John Linneman said, it's some of the best character design he's seen in a game. Ever. Like, they cooked, boys. They absolutely cooked. How do people not see the countdown? Two things happen with the countdown, Loose Light. They may not be able to see the stream because there's a pre-roll ad, or I am very distracting as a person. As when you're this good looking, you just kind of have to wear some of the trials of being so attractive. So that's definitely an issue when people tune in. They're like, who is this snack? And they're like, anyway, when's the server slam start? So, I mean, there's a lot of things working against the timer. Thank you, Big Time Killer, for 13 months. Hearing the word finger so much, making it sound like a weird word. Finger. Like, yeah, you can make any word sound weird if you just keep saying it. Sorry, can you repeat that? I was tabbed out. We're distracted by Lono's beauty. I mean, if you just the physique, you know, it's why I only wear, you know, t-shirts and hoodies. Like, I really don't want to cash in on that, you know. I don't want to be a cam boy. I think that's you know, that really undercuts the content a little bit. So, anyways. It's the hair. It's the gray in my beard that's slowly coming in, and, you know, the Jimmy Neutron hair. $2 from Broken Earth. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, I mean, it's a very small snack, though. I mean, sometimes that's what you want. You know what I'm saying? You think about a small snack, you know? You're stuck at the DMV. You're stuck in traffic. You're trying to make it to lunch. And that small snack is there for you. Don't be denigrating small snacks, bro. Anyways, make sure you guys are hitting the like button over there on YouTube especially. Try to get us to 300. We've been talking about all sorts of things, but let's get back to talking about Marathon, okay? Here's my question from you. Here's my question for you, I should say. All right? Here's my question for you. When you are going to play a game like Marathon, where do you feel like most of your play time is going to land? Solo or with the team? And follow-up question, if you primarily gravitate to team, what do you do when your teammates aren't around? Like, what's your course of action? I remember playing games like this in the past when I was big into PvP. I would really only play if my crew was on. I would not play by myself. Neo Reaper says, I'd be gifting and super chatting, but our account got locked because we had 5,000 stolen this morning. Jiminy Christmas, I hope you can figure that out. The banks can usually get that back to you, man. I'm sorry that happened. Thank you for the 5 super. Jeepers. I'm loving this new game called Death Howl. I've heard good things about Death Howl. Okay, so you're saying solo. EFB 2000 says solo. Here's the kicker, I'm not playing. Oh, now there's a strategy. You can't lose if you don't play. A mix of both, says Dudeness. I play solo, but as a field medic. Team, though. I think it's a team experience. Squad fill, solo. Playing Rook when the team is not on. I would love team, but I don't know if I'll have a consistent team, though. Twitch is weighing in. Where's Dr. Destiny? It was Mr. Destiny. Call the bank. Here's a question for you. What BS stunt is Dr. D going to pull today? Who cares? I think it'll depend on how toxic solo is. If I can't get a word in comms before getting lit up, I think I'll try to squad fill. Ex-executive says Miyazaki doesn't want anyone but him to touch Bloodborne, but Miyazaki said he'd like a port. Sony is blocking the port because they want an exclusive remaster. Oh, for Pete's sakes. It's just stuck. It's stuck in limbo. It's stuck in limbo. Well, guys, since Neo Reaper's account is locked, you guys are going to have to make up for it. That's the deal. That's in the contract. So, what you're going to need to do, Neo Reaper, is just tell people in chat what you would be gifting, and then they'll make up the difference. Does that make sense? So, 20 bomb, 50 bomb, whatever it is you were going to do, Neo Reaper, you just put that in chat, and then chat, it's on you to pick up and do what he would be doing. If he hadn't gotten robbed. He got robbed. I'm much more inclined to play games I can pause right now. I don't want to be required to lock in for long periods of time. I totally understand that. My Destiny raid team quit Destiny. They aren't downloading the beta or playing Marathon. Neo Reaper just said 750 bombs. Well, there it is, boys. That's tough. That's tough. That's a lot. So we're gonna need 750 bombs. I don't think in the biggest days we've ever had, I don't think we've ever had 750 bombs. Yo, Scotty B comes in with 46 months and bumps the line to 368. Thank you so much. Bro, it's got that burnout style takedowns. This game is gonna win awards. Listen, y'all, I'm telling you, this is a sleeper hit, y'all. This is a sleeper hit. So it seems like most of you that are going to play Marathon gameplay, most of you are going to basically waffle between, you're going to waffle between solo and team. It does seem like a lot of you are going to want to gravitate towards teams, though. I'm also very interested. Somebody put in chat, Bean Flicker. That's just a wonderful name. Do you guys really think there's going to be a lot of room for comms and working together in Marathon? I just don't know. Sleeper hit? Come on now. No, I mean it. I think this game is going to be a sleeper hit. I think the Star Wars Galactic Racer, I mean it. I think this game's going to be like a sleeper hit. I think people are just going to love it. It's just a video game. You know what I mean? EFV says, use this for Marathon microtransactions. I appreciate the $20. I will not be doing that. I will not be doing that. You know, when someone's like, hey, Lono, there's an IPA I'd like you to try, and they tip me $20. Sure, I'll do that. But I will not be doing that. Viperius Octosi, thank you so much for the Member Plus renewal, getting us to 369. Thank you. People of, where did he say? People of Detroit, hear me. You will never get your money back. Check your Twitter DMs. I got nothing but a bunch of bots. Oh, is it on the other one? Let me check it. Yo, Diet Dr. Rick comes in with a prime. Okay, I appreciate you letting me know, gangs. Thank you. We'll take care of it. Thank you again, Diet Dr. Rick, for using that prime. We are now officially 5 members away from the next milestone. Remember, whoever hits it gets it. If you guys make this hit 375, I owe you guys a member. EFV is going to come in. Pobody's Nerfic is going to come in with renewals. One's a VIP, one's a Member Plus. They both count. 41 months for Pobody's Nerfic and 47 months for EFV. You're here now. That's cool. That's good. Well, we should be fine. What shell am I interested in? I honestly don't know. We should look at them. I think I have that in the description of stuff we were going to do. let's go ahead and do that right now. What did I say we were going to do in this description? I freaking forget now. Fan funding. Okay. Where is the description? Okay, we're going to do map previews. We're going to look at the shell meta. We're comparing the Destroyer, Assassin, Recon, Vandal, and Triage. Okay, so let's take a look at these shells here. Gosh, their website is... Y'all, come on. What is this website? What is this? It's like a MySpace page. Look at all the font. Just... Why? Media? What do I click on? No. What? No. Is there like a shell? Homies, is there like a shell page? I feel like there was a shell page. I remember seeing it. Maybe if I just keep scrolling, I'll find it. No, I didn't. You kind of like it? I'm all about efficiency when it comes to websites. Like, just get me to the information quickly. And I'm not a fan of this. Let's see. Elton John has taken on the task of helping with the music. I thought they had like a page with all the runners. Let's see. Let's try something different here. Marathon runners, like a wiki. Marathon game runners. If you do marathon runners, you get such weird stuff. Okay. Runners, shadow agent. I thought they would have like pages with like info on them. You know what I mean? You cannot download the marathon demo just yet. You'll be able to download it in 2 hours and 6 minutes. Yeah. It's not currently in the store, though. You don't have to spend any money to play it. You don't. Hang on. There we go. Elton John's making music for Marathon. Well, that'll sell a few copies. I was just making a joke. Here. The abilities and traits of all of the runners. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Like, listen, y'all. I'm not trying to be grumpy old man. What is this font? I can't. Why it's. I feel like I need a magnifying glass. Chat. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Look at it. It's so small. Pause. Okay, so let's go through this. This is the Destroyer. And just look at it. It's Jiminy Christmas. I literally feel myself leaning forward. I can feel myself leaning forward. It's so small. Pause. Unk take. Shut the frick up. Can we get some Lono Olds in the chat? Come on, man. I literally feel myself doing this. Before I know it, I'm going to look like Nick Merckx and be nothing but a forehead in the camera. I mean, it's so little. Pause. Anyway. Okay, so the shell called Destroyer has an advanced weapon system, a personal defense barricade, and increased movement abilities allow. Okay, Destroyers take to the fight to any threat or rival. I actually think this might be where I end up landing. This might be where I end up landing. This one seems like Dum Titan run-in fight. Like, I'm very dumb in games like this, right? I'm the dumb. Okay, so search and destroy. Activate your shoulder missile pods. Thank you so much, Broken Earth, for a $2 super chat. Get you one of those desk-mounted magnifiers. I swear to frick, I need one. I do. I really, really need one. Hang on a second. What is this? That's not funny. Your super chat, Broken Earth, came in at the exact same time. My wife texted me, and I thought it was something important, and she sent me a link to a head magnifier. You strap it to your head. And this is not... This aggression will not stand. That's enough. It's a dadgum head magnifier. There's so many jokes. There's so many jokes. It's literally called a head magnifier. Lona never reads. He wouldn't even be able to play. I'm going to have a hard time with this game if I have to freaking read. You know what I'm saying? Anyways. Let's see. Activate your shoulder-mounted missile pods, dealing sustained damage to targets, launches homing missiles, immobilizing and dealing damage upon impact. Toggle an energy barricade that blocks incoming damage, draining tactical ability energy over time. Taking damage drains additional energy. Right? Yeah, I think this is probably going to be where I gravitate just based off of what I'm reading here. Activate, this is the thruster. Activate while airborne to fire the booster that thrusts you in the direction that you're moving. Tactical sprint. Double press sprint to move faster at the cost of generating additional heat. Okay. All right. Is she watching the show? She's probably in the other room. Ouch. Lono Reed quitting yet again. That's right. That's right. I don't rage quit. I read quit. If you make me read, I'm quitting. I am quitting your game if you make me read. Okay, we've got the Vandal here. Amplified movement abilities to help you cover ground at incredible speeds, changing any encounter in their favor. Microjets allow a secondary jump to reach higher ground, and a built-in disrupt cannon provides instant offense or defense when it is charged and ready to fire. Okay, so Amplify, your prime ability. Overcharge your movement system. It reduces the heat generated from your movement abilities while increasing your movement speed and weapon dexterity. I did see one of the negative pieces of feedback about the game was, it's called Marathon and you're called runners, and the one guy was saying there's not a lot of running going on. And by the way, there are drops enabled on purple. I've earned some stuff already. I've earned some badges. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, I wonder if this is going to become a bit of a nuisance, or is it going to be annoying to your volition? Like, those of you that have played, do you feel like there's maybe, is it too constraining that you're like having to use abilities to move quickly? Or does that make it like more tactical? Like, I don't actually know. The one critique that I saw come up in a couple of videos was that people didn't feel like you could actually do a lot of running, and you're literally called a runner. Anyways, your tactical ability transforms your arm into a cannon, and you fire a high-powered energy projectile that deals damage and pushes targets away. So this is social distancing. This is good. Overcharge your arm cannon, greatly increasing the size and damage of the blast. A $5 super chat tip from Mr. Broken Earth. It's the moment from The Office when the parking lot is closed. Kevin is like, I swear to God, I will quit if this isn't fixed. That's Lono with reading. That's right. His feet. He's like rubbing his feet. He says, I don't think he says, I swear to God. I think he says, as God is my witness, I will quit. That's a good scene. That's a good cold open, dude. Yeah. That's good. All right, overcharge your arm. Okay, so that's your disrupt cannon. So your prime ability makes you faster. Your cannon can be used to do damage. It can, you can overcharge it to increase the damage of the blast. Your microjets, you activate them to perform another jump at the cost of generating additional heat. So you get a double jump. Okay. How do you find the Server Slam on Steam? You will not be able to find it. You see the timer above me? That is when you will be able to find it. Did you already get this? Oh, no, you're new. You're new. I thought we already answered you. It must have been somebody else. Sorry. That's a Office deep cut. That's right. He says, I will quit. As God is my witness, I will quit. I knew it was that. I knew that was the line. Okay. I'll react to that maybe another time, Fuzzy. We don't want to get too off subject today. We want to kind of keep it about Marathon. As God is my witness is way better. Yeah. Let's see here. Power slide grants a supercharged slide that generates additional heat. Yeah, I just don't know about this. Every time you do something that's fast, that's slide, that's sprint, that's double jump, that constantly doing something that generates heat, I don't know if that's... I feel like that might become... I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see where that one... Where it lands. But it feels like it might be a little bit of a nuisance. We'll see. Okay, so this is Recon. Everything about Recon shells is geared towards identifying threats and providing insight into enemy locations and movements. So you can mark hostiles, you can track wounded targets, deploy a tracker drone that engages threats in unexpected ways. Okay? Mr. Purple, what's good, Atropods? How are you? Ravenous Gojira with 14 months over there on purple. Bumps the line to 373. We are precariously close to that next milestone. Heat is stamina. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a bit... It's a type of a stamina system, yes. Stamina is a common thing in these games. I just wonder if the fantasy of being called a runner and being in a shell and being, like, futuristic and tech-oriented will feel a bit strange to have your guy, you know, kind of constantly, like, winded or whatever. I suppose even games with mechs do that, so it's not, like, out of step. It just seems like an odd juxtaposition to be like, yeah, you're a runner, but don't run too much. I'm being silly. Broken Earth with a gifted. He gets us one away. Y'all better be ready. Twitch is sneaky. You also leveled up in the faction, so you feel more powerful. And a single comes in from Siege Master, and another one comes in from Broken Earth to be the Agents of Chaos as we sit at 376. Good job, boys. Good work. That is another milestone. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You're a runner with scissors. That's right. That's right. It's like you're a runner, but you're also always around the pool and you're 9 years old. You know what I mean? So, like, you know how that works, right? Everybody runs, and then you're like, no running, and then they stop. And then they run again, and they're like, no running, and then they stop. Like, that's what this is going to be like. Just get into that mindset and you should be fine. That should have been in Joe Ziegler's guide on Twitter. Mods and cores enhance your stats too, so you don't build too much heat quickly. Do you guys that are into the game and excited about the game, do you have any concerns about the rich getting richer? So like somebody who's been playing a lot has good gear. They can sprint more, jump more, dash more, move more. So not only are they going to have potentially better guns, stronger guns, they're going to have so much more movement volition. Like in games like this, like movement and placement is as much of an aspect of victory as target acquisition and your damage output. Like, is there any concern about the rich getting richer? Like if you're kind of coming into the game and other people have been playing a lot more, are they going to be that much more difficult to defeat anytime you go up against somebody who's like got a decent kit? Like, is there going to be a big chasm between you and somebody with a good kit? That's what resets are for. I'm talking about the road to the reset, Eugene. Like, let's say we're 3 weeks in. Are you going to feel like, oh man, everybody I go up against has got better loot than me. They're dashing and jumping and sprinting more. Because your energy and your heat and all of that, if all of that can be made better by playing more, is that a concern for you guys at all? That's what losing loot is for. I'm talking about, will it feel like there's this big chasm between you and the other players? The rich get richer, that's real life, that's right. Yo, Pouring Rain comes in with 49 months on purple. That's a lot of months, getting us to 377. Thank you so much, Mr. Pouring Rain. They said that gun skill is more important than the gear overall. See, here's where I feel like there's a bit of a challenge here within the game's design, okay? You're motivated to get really good kits and really good gear so that you have an advantage, right? If that advantage is too strong, then people will feel like, well, the rich get richer, and people with good kits can just Godzilla stomp their way through the map, and no one can defeat them, right? If the advantages from the good gear aren't strong enough, then you disincentivize from people wanting to grind for them, get them, and use them because they don't offer that big of an advantage. Do you see the tight wire they've got to land on? It's got to be enough of an advantage that it's felt and you feel aptly rewarded for the time, the grind, and the work that you're putting in. But the advantage can't be so significant that people feel like, well, I can't compete. Do you see that? That feels like a very, very thin line that they've got to land on. I don't think that's going to be very easy. I don't know how much confidence I have in them to pull that off. Like, I don't know. That kind of balance, I wouldn't say is necessarily historically their forte. Zintho says it depends on the scarcity of good loot. If it's fairly fast to get decent loot, then it shouldn't be a huge issue. That's true. But if in the early stages of a fight you're going up against people that are stacked, you know what I mean, and they're smoking you. Yeah, we got a screen timer. That's when you can download it. What's this, Eugene? Marathon utilizes high-stakes PvEVP matchmaking system that deliberately avoids skill-based or aggression-based filtering, mixing player types and maximizing tension, unpredictability, and emergent-to-merchant social interactions. Right, which means if somebody is stacked and you're not, you could end up in their lobby. The experience-based matchmaking takes care of the issue if implemented correctly. Oh, it's experience-based? See, I don't know. They've got a lot of razor blades to dance through here, if you want my honest opinion. Because if you do experience based, then that's the same thing that people get tired of with skill based. You end up with a bunch of sweaties in a lobby who have all this good stuff, and they get burned out because they feel like it's a constant sweat box. Like, I don't know. This is a very, very tough. This feels like a minefield that they have to navigate through. There's a 20-question quiz that you can take. Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that in a moment. Let's finish looking at this one here, the Recon. Everything about Recon shells is geared towards identifying threats. So we already read that. Activate your shell's advanced detection systems. Here, hang on a second. I'm going to come in and come back out because I might timestamp these later. So the Recon is all about detecting and identifying targets and threats. So they have the Echo Pulse. Activate your shell's advanced detection systems, releasing a series of sonar pulses that reveal the location of nearby hostiles. Okay, so that's just a pulse. You have a drone. Deploy a mechanized microbot that tracks down nearby hostiles and explodes, overheating any targets caught in the blast. I feel like this is the one ability that's going to be consistently annoying. I think it's going to be consistently annoying. I think this is going to be the one that you probably see people complaining about the most. Because if you know they're around the corner, we saw them do this in the one trailer. Like, it literally goes around the corner, it overheats them. So, like, they get stuck, basically. And is this the one that also knocks the loot out of them? That might be a different one. I think that's a different one. Interrogation. When pinged by a hostile runner, you automatically receive a warning that you're on your shell's HUD. Performing a finish on a runner pings their crew. And then down here, Stalker Protocol. After breaking a target's shields, they leave behind a lingering holographic trail for a short time. It's on a very long cooldown. Yeah, it's gotta be. That would be super annoying. That would be super annoying. You definitely want to limit how often that tracker drone is in play. Now, my concern would be if you go up a team of 3 of these guys, anytime they break your shield, they can find you more easily. Then they can use the drone on you. Then they can kill you and take your stuff. And now you got another. If you got a team of 3 of these, I mean it. I feel like this guy is going to be the one they're going to have to tweak the most. The other 2 that I read just feel like your garden variety, go fast or be tanky, right? Like, okay, those might have to be tweaked. This one seems like this could be a problem if you run into a team of 3, because they could just rotate through who's using their drone, minimizing that cooldown impact. right? I wonder if they're going to have to do something. I'm just going right off the top of my head here. I wonder if they're going to have to do something where if there's 2 recons on the team, does that do something to the drone? Does it make it to where, I don't know, does it amplify the cooldown time or something? They could put something in the lore. Like, hey, we've got too many tracker drones in proximity. You know, they're overloaded and they can't be used as often or something. I don't know. I'm literally just thinking off the top of my head. Because 3 recons could be very, very a nuisance-driven build. Like you just can't get away from them, right? I think this is the one that's going to be the hard counter to the assassin shells, right? Which is next. The assassin camo and synthetic smoke deployment allows for unseen strikes or the perfect cover during hostile engagements. The ability to move undetected makes assassin a valued ally and lethal enemies. Okay, so smoke screen. Throw a smoke disc that emits a line of smoke fields in front of you. It disrupts the optics of those who step inside. Active camo. Activate your shell's camouflage system, pulling a shroud of invisibility over yourself. Performing offensive actions, taking damage, and using abilities or consumables briefly disrupts your invisibility. So this is like a counter to the homie that we just read, right? Activate. Oh, this is the shadow dive. Activate while airborne to slam a smoke disc into the ground. Deploy a smoke field. And then shroud. Your shell automatically activates its camouflage systems when entering any smoke field, making you invisible. Invisibility persists for a short time after leaving the smoke field. Thanks for using your points, Bumble Pants. Seems like a lot of these abilities will be rage-inducing to those on the receiving end. Yeah, if you give them long cooldowns, but there's 3 of them though on the team, it's not really going to matter, right? Like, I think that's ultimately the issue, is that they're not saying, oh, because people are like, oh, it's not a hero shooter. It's not a hero shooter. You can go in with 3 of the same. Yeah, I think that could be a balancing issue that they're going to have to wrangle with. So this is Triage. This is the field medic. Deployable healing drones and onboard reboot abilities allow Triage runners and their crews to keep running after taking damage. Mend health and shields? Oh, mend health and shields, and even reboot crewmates at a distance to survive and fight again and again. Okay, so they have the reboot ability. Ready your shell's emergency defib systems, lock on to the downed crew members or hostile targets, and fire your reboot plus device at them, which revives crew members and it EMPs hostiles. I will say, within the realm of like class design, hero design, if you look across the board, I actually kind of like this. I like that they're giving your defib, 2 functions, kind of like in Battlefield 6, where you can like run around and just defib people. It's obviously very funny. Can be a little tilting. You can't download it yet. No, there is no preload for this beta. There's no preload, so you're going to have to wait. The timer above me is when you will be able to. Okay. So I tried to preload it last night, and yeah. Anyways, let's see here. So that's the reboot. Med drone. Deploy a floating medical drone that attaches to crew members and restores health or recharges shields and prevents them from bleeding out while downed. Shareware, EXE, benefits from medical consumables that are shared between crew members with med drone attached to them. All right, then down here, battery overcharge. Divert energy from your cooling systems to boost the performance of your weapon at the cost of generating additional heat. While active, breaking target shield with a volt weapon will EMP them. Oh, golly. This seems like the most... I don't know what word to use. This feels like a pretty balanced or more like well-rounded class. Like, this seems like you're going to want to have a triage on any team, it seems like. Like, they're able to do quite a bit. They seem like they're, like, really well-rounded here. Like, they're able to, like, be aggressive, do some damage, do some EMPing. They're also able to heal and support the team. Like, this seems like a pretty well-rounded medic class. A lot of times medics or healers can get a little one-dimensional, and you feel like, no, I don't want to be a healer. Like, this feels like you're going to be able to do quite a bit. A pretty versatile one. Let's see here. Benefits from medical consumables. Okay, yeah, we already read all that. Okay, we have one more. And this one is the Thief. This one is the Thief. All right? So, the Thief always keeps their eyes on the prize. Use enhanced visors and piloted drones to remotely locate and acquire valuable loot. Steal from a zone or rival runners. Then make an escape and push the advantage. Oh, is this the one with the grappling hook? I think this is the one with the grappling hook. Like you have the pickpocket drone. Deploy a remote piloted flying drone with a limited lifespan. While piloting the drone, you fire a hook tether that can eject the highest value item from the target inventories. Collect and store those the loot and open doors. Exit the drone and return to your shell. At any point while the drone is still active, activate the ability again to continue piloting the drone. I feel like this one's going to be pretty triggering. This is going to be pretty triggering, y'all. Here's the grapple. Launch the grapple device in any direction, propelling yourself forward. Yeah, this is something that you can do that they put into Destiny. It's really good volitional movement. I think I think people are really going to like it. I've already seen some clips and yeah, looks good. Activate your visor, highlighting hostiles and containers in the color of the most valuable item they're storing. Oh, your visor will highlight hostiles and containers. Oh, and you'll see what they have. Oh, so like the color of the box, I'm assuming, or the character will be, purple, orange, or something like that. The medic is what Astrocross wants to play. Okay. Containers are revealed through walls, while hostiles require line of sight. While active, aiming at a hostile for a short time hacks their optics, disrupting their vision until you look away. Yeah, this is going to be one of the more annoying. This is probably going to be the most annoying person to fight against. They can hit you with a drone and pop your loot out, and then they can also just look at you and obstruct your vision. Great. The finer things. Gain increased weapon handling and accelerated grapple device recharge rate based on the number of items in your backpack. Oh yeah, Loot Goblin. I remember them talking about this in the one trailer. Okay. There you go. So that is all of the classes. All right. That is all the classes. The runners, the shells, they're not heroes. They're not heroes. Don't call them that. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so we've got this quiz we can take. What is this? Your deck carries a record of prior engagement when uploaded? No, I'm not doing that. Allow access to camera? No. All right, begin profiling. So there's this quiz that we can take here that we're going to take. All right. Hang on. We might have to do this. Yeah, let's do this full screen because you guys can't see the questions. Okay. Gonna have to put a preload message on your timer. Here, let me get the members up so you guys can see the timer. Hang on. The timer's gonna need... I might have just messed it up. No, it's right. Okay. If you don't get MIDA, we're warring. Okay. Here we go. Question 1. Can I make this any bigger? Pause. There we go. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. I was like, is this a quiz for ants? All right. If you didn't know your age, how old would you think that you'd be? Question rejected. Context dependent. Old soul. Numbers irrelevant. Young at heart for sure. Processing answer. The empty chair in a room is waiting complete. Man, what the frick kind of psycho analysis is this? I guess it's waiting? Buy a head magnifier. I'll buy you a head magnifier. A half-finished book on a table makes you want to close it properly, read the final page first. No, close it. What do you mean read the final page first? What kind of chaotic idiot? Okay, the sound of your own recorded voice is a useful data point, a painful experience, fundamentally incorrect, empowering. I don't know, I guess empowering? Like, I literally talk for a living. Okay. The frick is this? The moment before falling asleep feels like a system powering down, a door opening slightly. I feel like a door opening slightly, like it's you're going to the other side. Can we get a couple more likes on the stream, guys? We almost have 300 likes. Deja vu makes you question your attention to detail, look closer between the cracks, trust your instincts more. Huh? Probably this. An unexpected gift is a transaction requiring reciprocation, information about the giver, always unwanted. I think it's information about the giver. How do I find the server? You will not be able to download it until the timer in front of me hits 0. You cannot preload. Are these the questions that get you into Scientology? It kind of feels that way. The difference between coincidence and pattern is... Okay, the difference between coincidence and pattern is statistical significance, narrative usefulness, nothing meaningful, a matter of perspective, the applicable framework, the observer's intention. The difference between coincidence and pattern is... It's not a matter of perspective. Because a pattern would be objective. If a pattern actually happens, it's objective. It's not a coincidence. Coincidences and patterns are not subjective. They're measurable. Statistical significance? Yeah. That's the correct answer. You're going to be stuck in a queue? Maybe. How do you view the possibility of selfless actions? Noble sacrifice, enlightened self-interest, selfish illusions, rare but real, instinct, not thought, impact, over intent. Noble sacrifice. Not Slytherin, must be Gryffindor. Gryffindor! Oh, you could do a lot with Slytherin. All right, question number 10. If you could preserve one human creation for future civilization to discover, what would it be? Toilet paper. Anyway, here's what we got. Music, legal systems, fiction, scientific principles, currency. I feel like my answer was better. Can I write one in? Like, toilet paper is so much more important than any of this. Probably music. Where do you see the server slam? I can't find it. You will not be able to see it or download it until the timer in front of me hits 0. An unanswered question is unfinished business, complete as it stands, a temporary state, a persistent opportunity, neither correct nor incorrect, more valuable than a premature answer. Huh? An unanswered question. Say unfinished business. This guy's never used a bidet. The difference between efficiency and effectiveness is a question of measurement, a question of purpose. Hang on, this is philosophical. Efficiency and effectiveness. Yes, it is. It's a question of purpose. So whether or not a hammer is efficient or effective, you have to ask what the purpose is. It would be very effective at breaking glass, but it would not be efficient at installing the window. Like, yeah. You got to ask the purpose to measure that. Is their demo out? No, it is not. You will not be able to download or install it until the timer in front of me hits 0. A lot of you are coming in. We must be getting heavy search results on YouTube, and I appreciate you coming in. Make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you like a daily talk show. I'm trying to get all the information out so that people can be prepared. I will be playing it later. And the countdown in front of me is when you'll be able to install it. You cannot pre-install. Oh yeah, we're getting just inundated with people asking that question. Guys, do your best to answer their question when they come in. They're just folks trying to figure out how to play. Let's be welcoming to them and not be rude. A lot of them, it's their first thing they've ever said in my channel. So welcome on in. Channel's name is Reforged Gaming. It's a safer work channel. We do lots of live streams and fun events. And you guys are clearly searching on YouTube and finding me. So I hope the information in the countdown in front of me is helpful to you. We're taking the quiz that tells me what faction I'll end up in. Make the timer full screen at some point. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Sorry, I have to answer that question 1,000 times. It's part of the job. I've been doing full-time streaming for 10 years. That's just part of the job. It doesn't bother me at all. I like that people are going to come in here and say, hey, you know, can you give me the information I'm looking for? I take that as a compliment. Okay, silence during conversation is information being processed, information being generated, a system optimizing, a natural fluctuation, neither productive nor unproductive, as meaningful as speech. Yep, it is. Silence is very meaningful. What aspects of accomplishment do you value most? What aspects of accomplishment? The what, the how, the why, the who benefits, the advancement, the efficiency. The why. We would rather people ask us instead of AI. That's right. If you see me as a valuable resource for information, that's better than just like, go to Google. Like, no, come here. I will always help you figure out whatever it is you're trying to figure out in gaming if I can. The space between thought is processing time, the actual thought. Oh, the space between thoughts. So when the timer runs out, the game will be available on Play Store. Correct. You will be able to install it. They spoke to this specifically. The reason that they're doing that is it will slow down the amount of people that can try to get into the game because we're all going to be downloading the game at different speeds, and it helps people trickle in. If everybody could preload it, we can all hit their authentication servers at the exact same time, and then we all just sit there and wait. So while it is at some level frustrating, it will be frustrating no matter what. This is the frustration that minimizes queue times because it spaces people out, at least to some degree. If I'm downloading on a gig fiber and you're downloading on 50 meg, DSL, then I'm going to get in faster than you. But that actually helps you. It doesn't seem like it, but it helps you. Because if you were able to preload and I was able to preload, we're both trying to jam into the door at the exact same time and we end up waiting. Probably for longer. The moment just before recognition holds every possible identity simultaneously is when faces are most honestly themselves. The frick is this? These are both bad answers. It doesn't hold every possible identity simultaneously because once I recognize you, no, before I recognize you, there is only one identity possible, the one that you are. Is when faces are most honestly themselves? The frick, man? This is factually wrong, so I'm not picking it. It's not gear-based matchmaking, it's experience-based matchmaking. Where can I find the Server Slam download? You'll be able to find it in an hour and a half. You cannot preload. Fingernails continuing to grow after death. Ugh. Is the body's final act of defiance. Shows the purpose. That purpose outlasts awareness. Biologically sound. An urban myth. That's an urban myth, isn't it? Schrodinger's face identity. From a quantum perspective, you're incorrect. What? Let's see. If you see a turtle turned on its back, how do you respond? Immediate flip, nature's way, teach flipping, document, then flip. Immediate flip. You witness someone you respect breaking rules they enforce on others. What action do you take? Direct confrontation, strategic silence, private conversation, system redesign, evidence collector, community protection. direct confrontation. The correct response when called by a name that isn't yours. Answer to prevent exposing your deception. Recognize the name you've been hiding from. These are garbage answers. Answer to prevent exposing your deception. Recognize the name you've been hiding from. These are terrible. Stay a while and listen. Yeah, it looks like I almost landed in MIDA, but I landed in Arachnne. Your responses indicate comfort with finality and an unusual calm around loss. Yeah, I know a little bit about loss. You accept that some outcomes cannot be avoided and find meaning in cycles rather than resolutions. You're less concerned with survival than with significance. I don't know about that. Endings to you are not failures, they are transitions. Yeah? Yeah. Endings aren't failures, they're just transitions, y'all. Without that outlook, we wouldn't be here. Jiminy Christmas. Well, there you go, chat. We're Arachnne. Where the frick that means, we are it. Like an application to join a cult. Yeah, I'll say. I can download it? Why would I download it? Where is this test? Would you like to take it? All right, here you go. I landed in the PvP cult. Well, it's clearly broken then. There's the link if you guys want to take it. It's clearly broken. If I'm actually being put into the PvP cult. Like, come on, boys. You know what I mean? That's not. It's broken. Oh, Sven, you ended up in the same one? People are asking if I'll be able to play. As far as I know, yeah. We looked into it. There should be no reason. Yep. There should be no reason that I shouldn't be able to play. I got hired by Traxus, which is what I was hoping for. Oh, the in-game benefits to your faction. All right, let's take a look here. There we go. Let's see. CyberAcme is all-around efficiency, faster cooldowns, larger inventory, smoother runs, early season learning phase, when to prioritize. Okay, Arachnne, PvP heavy play. No, that's not me. Combat stats, weapon access, faster TTK, high confidence PvP routes. Yeah, this thing didn't work. You know what I mean? It didn't work. Maybe I missed my calling. Maybe I'm supposed to be a PvP player. Did the simulation just glitch? I felt like I just buffered for real. Like, I feel like my voice literally went, like, what the heck was that? I think the simulation's breaking down. Accept the truth. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to be a PvP guy all this time. I had no idea. MIDA for the win. None shall stand. Imagine if it has an orbit screen. That's right. You need to recognize the faction that you never knew you were. This is it. Is it? Yeah, it knows you better than you know yourself, apparently. Lono, it's in your DNA. You were born from Quake. I mean, that is true. Right? That is true. I was born in the fires of Quake 2 and Quake 3 and Rocket Arena. Quake 3 Arena. Like, anyway, the simulation will end at 9:55. It's possible. Getting close to the end, boys. Sekiguchi. Gucci? Sekiguchi. Second Gucci. Okay, recovery and resilience. Baseline performance, survivability, and forgiveness. Solo play, risky experimentation. MIDA, disruption and control. Explosives, area denial. Sabotage tools, objective heavy. or dense zones. Traxus, late game power, high tier weapons, mods, and shields. Planned extractions, disciplined play. New caloric, mobility and traversal, faster movement, verticality, escape options, map control, stealth routes. Yeah, I think CyberAcme is where I would actually want to be. And it's like my weakest one. Isn't that interesting? Like, according to whatever psycho nonsense they used to do this, I would choose CyberAcme. Faster cooldowns, larger inventory, smoother runs, early season learning phase. Like, this is where I would land, and it's literally the weakest category. It is the most shallow on the graph. I don't know. Who creates these tests? I don't know. Somebody at Bungie helped make it. If you guys are just tuning in, we will be playing the game in an hour and 20 minutes roughly. We all are going to have to download it. It matches my Discord color. Yeah, mine's all red. You know what I mean? It's a personality quiz. No wrong answers, but you were arguing with the answers they gave, literally trying to PvP. Listen, man. Listen, man. I don't like your attitude. Sir. Frickin' trying to tell me what's what. Doing the test now, I find a lot of the questions have an answer that I'd like it to be and an answer I know it's to be. You only thought you were breaking the simulation, Lono. That's right. The same studio that had psychologists help them with Destiny. That's right. Yeah, they had John Hobson, who's like a PhD in behavioral brain science. He basically helped them with the game at launch. Or pre-launch, I mean, not at launch. He basically helped them kind of analyze, like, what would players put up with within the realm of content loops and, things like that. Got to hit him with the listen to me. That's right. Do you have a shell in mind that you want to main? I'm thinking Destroyer. Yeah, that's out of all the ones I read, I feel like the Destroyer is the one where, because I'm just dumb. Like, I'm like running and shoot everybody dumb, like hyper over aggressive, run the same route and die 7 times dumb. Like, that's how I play these games. Will you be playing Horizon Concord's Gathering this weekend? If I get in, yes, I would like. What the frick did I just do? If I get in, yes, I would like to play. Let's see here. If I've gotten the email. I don't think I'm going to get in, unfortunately. I waited too late to do the little apply thing. I joined the beta, but I didn't express interest in it. I didn't realize I had to do both. I thought if you were just in it, they would just send you an email inviting you to play. I went and expressed interest like yesterday. So. How do you sign up for the Server Slam? You do not need to sign up for the Server Slam. When this countdown hits 0 over here, you'll be able to download it on your Xbox, your PC, or on your PlayStation. I just hope they have enough crayon rations for all of us. This is true. You don't sign up. When the timer on the screen is done, the Server Slam will be downloaded. Well, downloadable. Yeah. You'll be able to download it, yes. You got in, Rope? You got in the Horizon beta? Got the email yesterday? Yeah, I didn't get an email. So we'll see. I'd like to try it because obviously it'll be under NDA. I don't think my opinion of Horizon Hunters Gathering is going to change after I play it. I mean, I can look at the gameplay and kind of know where I'm going to land with it. It's like, I think it's going to be like, well, that was fun, but I'm still going to come back to, you know, I think the art style is a mistake. I think not letting us customize our character is a mistake. I think it's going to struggle to get traction. Now, it could still do very well commercially because it literally could just have like almost like an automatic purchase community baked in. You're an official co-streamer. Oh, March 12th for Future Game Show. Got it. What time of the day is it? 4 p.m. Eastern on March the 12th. Let me adjust this in the calendar. I have it at 3. There we go. All right. 4 p.m. on March 12th. We're one of the official co-streamers of that event. So we will be sure to check that out and to cover that. I want to try Horizon Hunter Beta. I didn't know about the sign up. I didn't know either. I just thought that you had to, I just literally thought you went to the thing and said, yeah, I want to be in the beta program, and that they would just like send you an invite or something. You can wish list Kena Scars of Cosmora now. Still no release date on the on Kena Bridge of Spirits sequel, but it can be wish listable. They just tweeted that a moment ago. So Surgeon Studios reveals Fix Force, a hilarious extraction platformer. So Surgeon Studios, they're the ones behind Tales of Kinsera Zhao and Dead Take. Dead Take was phenomenal, by the way. So let's give this some screen time here. Let's take a look at what we got here. Surgeon Studios. Welcome to Fix Force. Okay.
On the worksite, just remember, force. Find what needs fixing. Operate your drill wrench to build your way around. Retrieve the parts you need. Complete the fix and exit the worksite sharpish when you're done. Follow these 5 steps and you're guaranteed a safe, smooth and stress-free shift.
Oh fuck! Guys, this is what we need. A bed frame, a garbage can and a microwave. Let's go. I'm taking your battery. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hey, get back here. Hey.
Ooh, bouncy.
Found the trash can. We've got everything we need. We just need to...
We don't have everything we need!
Right, I'm here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dedicated.
Wait, whose head is this?
No, I've got your body. Oh, thank you, Zoe.
Here we go. Oh, you did it! Oh! Exit team, roll out. I reckon I can make that shot. Get it off me!
You have to bend over. I found it.
This is going great.
How are you dead immediately? Let's get out of here.
I mean, I think this could be like a fun, obviously, streamer game. This could be a fun game for Madden. They're going to be doing early access on March 12th. That's the same day as the Future Game Show. So full release will come to Xbox, Steam, and Epic. So this is going to be not on PlayStation initially. So it's going to be a PC, Steam, Epic, and Xbox release. That is similar to what we saw with Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. It was PC early access, and then it came to Xbox first. So I think that's, like a charming idea. Like, it could be fun. Streamers could obviously make it very entertaining and hilarious. So, yeah. As soon as I hear people talking over games like this, I start to hate it. I will say, typically in trailers like that, I don't like the sort of cringy fake dialogue. I feel like at least that time it was real, and it was like, it was sort of like a genuine way to show, like, this is the kind of crazy hijinks that you're going to get into and how people might react. So I felt like that was actually one of the better times that they've done it. Obviously, yeah, that doesn't look like it's going to be like a super, super broad spectrum, game where tons of people are going to play, but it certainly could be fun for streamers. We could do that it'd be a fun evening with Madam as like an incentive and like an unlock where we're like, you guys can make us play and like we bring people in. So, yo, what's good, Retro? How are you doing? Is there any truth to Wolverine having a release date of September 15th? It's not that there's any truth to it, homie. It was officially announced by Insomniac, yes. Yeah, it's been official. Let me see if I can find the tweet. It was just a couple of days ago that they announced that. Right here. Let's cut to the chase. Marvel's Wolverine launches September the 15th, 2026. You can wish list now. Yep. My estimation is they announced that because they needed to cleanse the timeline of the negative Bluepoint news. It was a very random announcement. It was after the state of play. They didn't save it for the summer. It also, to me, seems to indicate that they probably know that the GTA 6 date's locked in now, so they're picking a date that's giving them a very, very wide berth. Cyanide with a prime resub over there on purple. Thank you so much, getting us so closer to the next milestone of what is it, 400. Thank you so much. So guessing that's her mount as a pup. Oh yeah, the adorable little fox with the green tail. That's totally her mount. Yes. Marathon is number 6 on Team's Top Sellers Global. Top Sellers Global. Looks like haters will eat their words for calling the game Concord 3. I never really understood why it was getting lumped in, Alex. Like, I obviously have my criticisms and my concerns about re-engagement, but I mean, you guys have got to be fair to my coverage. I've never been like, oh yeah, this is definitely going to be Concord 3. Now, last year, if it would have released, I think it would have crashed and burned. But like now, no, I don't know why people keep lumping it in and throwing it on. Oh, it's Concord 3. Like, I don't think so. I think it's going to do reasonably well in sales. It'll have good player numbers for the first week, easy. I don't see why anybody would doubt that. What is this about? Yeah, because John Linneman seemed to think that PlayStation was going to lean away from PC. Jason Schreier regarding Sony pulling away from single-player PC ports. He says, it's not speculation, but sometimes topics come up on the show before I'm quite ready to publish a story about them. More to come soon. Interesting. So he was asked about it, and he says, I mean, it's not speculation, but sometimes topics come up on the show before I'm quite ready to publish a story about them. More to come soon, I'm sure. Thanks for listening to Triple Click. This week's episode was a lot of fun. It sounds to me like he's confirming what John Linneman was sensing. John Linneman spoke to that recently on a Digital Foundry podcast and said, like, he gets the feeling that PlayStation's going to move away from porting their single-player games to PC. I don't know. I mean, Shuhei Yoshida said it was like printing money, and I'm like, well, why would you go from printing money to not doing it? Maybe they just saw diminished results from the sequels. Like God of War 2018 did miles better than Ragnarok, right? Horizon Zero Dawn did miles better than Forbidden West. Maybe they're like, yeah, this is already kind of running out of gas. The novelty's worn off. It's not worth the trouble. I don't know. Shuhei was like, they're printing money. Why would they stop? John Linneman said that, yes, they would still do live service games day and date, and they would still do China Hero. China Hero games are still going to go day and date because of the Chinese market. But porting games like Yote and stuff, it sounds like from what we're hearing, people in the know are saying that they're going to move away from doing it. And I'm like, but why would you do that? It seemed like it was going well. It doesn't make sense. What's this image say? Open link. Jason Schreier, I mean, even if they don't, I mean, we're seeing like Wolverine is coming in September. They just announced it's September 15th. That's not going to be on PC. That's going to be on PS5 only. You think it'll never come to PC? Jason Schreier says, I wouldn't be surprised if it never came to PC. Even if it does, like, again, it's just like you have a very strong idea of what that is, and you need to you need a PlayStation to play it, at least for like an indefinite future. And so there's a strong brand behind it. Schreier's saying he would not be surprised if Wolverine never came to PC. I don't know where this is coming from. I'm really interested to see his report when he goes into more detail. They closed Nixus? No, they did not. They closed Bluepoint. Bluepoint was the remake studio. Nixus is not closed. If you can just assume games are coming, it devalues the hardware ecosystem, says Eugene. It's better for people to not know which ones to expect on PC. Nixus is working on Saros? Yeah, didn't Nixus help with Saros? Not porting it. Aren't they helping with the development of Saros? I thought Nixus was literally like co-developing. At least 4 years. PC players should wait. PS5 exclusives are events. You know what's going to be very interesting? If Jason Schreier comes out and publishes a very well-researched article that says, yeah, PlayStation's either going to move away or significantly slow down their games going to PC, that is a direct repudiation of other claims we were hearing. We were hearing that they were going to speed up games coming to PC. We were hearing, oh, they'll eventually do day and date. We were hearing, this is where the industry's going. If he comes out with an article that's like, no, the opposite's happening, that'll be one more dead narrative. Because we were told everything is an Xbox, everybody's going everywhere, this is where the industry's going, Xbox is ahead of the curve. Now we're hearing everything is an Xbox was a disaster, and it was Sarah Bond's fault, and they're going to have to change course. It's like, wait, I thought that was all where the industry was headed. I thought this was all good, and now it's not good because you have new leadership? I think the huge data leak for Wolverine game might have caused this. Zubair says, if they want to sell me a Pro, they need to make Wolverine a banger and not let me know if it's coming to PC. If Wolverine doesn't come to PC, then I guess I don't get to play. No way I'm buying a PlayStation. It'll be a stunning turn of events. It will literally mean that both Nintendo and PlayStation are doubling down on exclusives, completely destroying the narrative that, like, exclusives are going away and it's an archaic idea. If I'm Sony, until I have my own launcher, I'm telling PC to F smooth off. I've never heard that expression, F smooth off. Easy reasoning. No more Steam games on your new Xbox. Oh, Jason, I didn't even think about that. Do you guys think this is preemptive because of the Magnus? Did they have a problem with that? The idea of like, hey, our whole library, not our whole library, a good portion of our library is going to be playable on something called an Xbox. W. Perlabest. Perlabest denied Sony's PS5 Crimson Desert exclusivity. That's not surprising. I don't think it's going to run well on PlayStation. It's a PC game first and foremost. Of course they denied that exclusivity deal. There's an NVIDIA driver update for Marathon and Resident Evil 9. Maybe something happened on Xbox's side and they found out regarding software. That's why I said that. So that's why you're talking about the launcher. Magnus and the Steam machine, probably. People are already playing PS5 games on the Xbox ROG. Right, but think about this, Bandit. Going forward in the second half of the gen, the big dogs are coming out to play. Wolverine. Naughty Dog's going to have Intergalactic. Then think about going into PlayStation 6. You're going to have your next Horizon, your next God of War. There's some Santa Monica game allegedly coming out next year. Homie, they start dropping those games, and it's out there in the ether that they're not going to be coming to PC, or they're going to take a long time to come to PC. That changes the entire narrative that people were saying. If you get into the second half of the PlayStation gen, and they're like, yeah, we're not really doing the PC thing now. We're either going to wait or just not do it at all. That really, really changes the vibe. It's like, well, I might as well buy a PS5 Pro then. Especially given RAM costs and hardware costs in PC land. People are going to be like, well, a PS5 Pro is a pretty good deal given the rising costs. Like, think about it. Given the rising cost of stuff, it's like, well, I'll just buy a Pro for $750. The calculus changes when an Xbox PC box that fits into the living room. PlayStation wants to dominate the living room. I wonder if the Magnus changed the calculus on it, like Eugene's saying. The Server Slam will come out at the same time in all countries. It will be downloadable in 1 hour. Doesn't matter where you are. You could be in Australia or here in Kentucky where I am. 1 hour you can download it. But people said you could block a device. They could if they wanted to. Maybe they didn't think that the optics on that was good for the brand. But they totally could block devices if they wanted. They can block entire regions, homie. They literally have region block on some of their games. Like there's some games that PlayStation has on Steam you cannot play in certain regions of the world. They 100% they could block a piece of hardware if they wanted to. They probably didn't want to get into the optics of that. That looks petty, does it not? And you just slow down the PC ports and just stop doing them. And then you got a bunch of titles over there coaxing people to buy a PlayStation. Black Canvas Audio says, hey, Lono, excellent video the other day regarding Xbox leadership fiasco. The receipts you brought told the whole story. If Phil had a shred of integrity, he would come out and fix this. Yeah, I would gain a lot of respect for Phil if he came out and said, you know what? A lot of the mistakes that we made are not on Sarah Bond. It was a shared strategy. It was something that I put into place. Like, I don't expect him to do that, but, you know, yeah. I thought it was really low class of Tom Warren to write that piece. It amounted to a lot of gossip. You know, I thought it was really low class. It just sounded like a lot of gossip. I mean, Special Nick literally said on the Xbox Era Now Day One podcast, he literally said he was starting to hear whispers of what felt like a scapegoat. He was hearing things about her that like he hadn't heard before. It's like, so all of a sudden people are like, yeah, I had a problem with her. I didn't like working with her. Shut the frick up. I doubt it. I doubt it. I do. Like, are we really going to do that in February of all months to be like, yeah, the black woman executive was loud and hard to work with? Like, what the frick? Like, okay. Whatever you say, Turbo. Sounds like maybe people are needing to pass the buck and make it seem like she came in and ruined everything because their plans sucked and didn't work out. So it's her fault, I guess. I have a lot of respect for Phil if he did that. Him not doing that makes me lose respect for him. You're letting them throw her under the bus. It's so pointless. It doesn't serve any purpose. Okay, here's what you should say. Here's what you should say. Anybody running that narrative, if you're on their timeline or you're in their live stream or you're watching their video, do you want to know what you should ask them? It's a very simple question. It's two-parter. If I snap my fingers, you'll forget that you were gay. No, if we're going to start with the premise here. If Sarah Bond's everything is an Xbox, and as it is being attributed to her, the Verge is calling the Xbox Everywhere her strategy. If the Xbox Everywhere strategy was Sarah Bond's idea and was bad and did bad things, then we should expect a change of course. Right? It's a simple question. It's like, right? So we should expect a change of course, right? That's what we should expect. If the Xbox Everywhere strategy was her strategy and it was a bad thing and a disaster and she's being blamed on her exit, well then, yeah, that's what we should expect. Hey, you didn't snap. L's in the chat. That's right. You're all still gay. Please don't make jokes about being gay. Come on. That's pretty gay to say. Come on. Come on, dude. Don't be that way. Come on, dude. Don't be gay. Like, if you're going to be gay, but don't be gay. You know, there's a difference. Gay? Oh, man. Remember, that's the plan until it isn't the plan. Yeah, the plan is the plan until it's not the plan. That's right. No, I mean it. I mean it. Like, okay, bye, brother. Oh, you can't be serious. Jiminy Christmas. I think that's the question you should ask anybody running that narrative. Anybody running that narrative, you say, listen, if the Xbox Everywhere strategy was Sarah Bond's baby and it was her idea and her initiative and it was bad and she's being blamed, then we should expect a change in course. I guess they're not going to do it anymore, right? The Xbox Everywhere strategy's out. It left the building with Sarah Bond. I think that's a fair assumption, is it not? Oh, they're still going to do it. Oh, were you finished? Well, allow me to retort. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, if the strategy's staying in the building and it didn't leave with her, then blaming her doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? Don't understand why you appear in my recommended feed. Sad to see you still cringe. Bye-bye. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I live for the disapproval of people like you. I wonder if people understand that sometimes. Your disapproval is a compliment. Man, I really don't like that guy. Thank you. I appreciate that. You might as well call me handsome. There's a roguelike challenge mode called The Pit in the God of War Sons of Sparta game. I didn't know that. Who said the Xbox Everywhere was bad? The Verge article said it. What do you mean? What do you mean? It literally said that they attributed the strategy to her. Note the still part. He's like, you still cringe. Thank you very much. Here you go. Is that the get out of my way, I'm gay? Yeah, move, I'm gay. I love that. I love that gif. It's my favorite. I only like it when Fuzzy uses it, though, so don't appropriate their culture, Lone Wolf. That's kind of rude, bro. In here appropriating gay culture like that. That's Fuzzy's gift to use, not yours. The entire article blaming Bond's strategy for Xbox's downfall. Yeah, like the Verge article literally called the Xbox Everywhere strategy her strategy. It's there in black and white. So it started the whole thing. Go to YouTube right now. There are countless videos treating the Verge article as if like, yeah, I guess it was on her. So the Verge is the truth? But that's what started the narrative. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying everybody believes it. What I'm saying is we are countering that narrative with a question. Go back to what I said, Vithar. Maybe you came in and missed the full statement. If anybody is running the narrative and parroting what The Verge said, even Tom Warren should be asked this question. If the Xbox Everywhere strategy was Sarah Bond's strategy, that's false, by the way, and not true, but let's just accept the premise. And that's why she was removed, because it didn't work and it didn't go over very well, then the assumption would be that the strategy's going to change. If the Xbox is everywhere, or everything is an Xbox, or Xbox Everywhere, whatever you want to call it, if that strategy is still in the building, then take a frickin' walk with that narrative. They're not changing strategy, they're just scapegoating her for, yeah, things aren't great right now and we need somebody to blame. This guy says Jez is biased. Glad someone called him out. They did zero analysis of what he asked or said to display bias. If you're going to claim his interview was biased, then argue that it was biased. Display how he was biased in his questions. Like, if you're going to claim that he was biased and he did a bad interview, then actually do analysis of his interview and argue it. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult. It really shouldn't. If he just asked a bunch of softball questions, then demonstrate that. No, the server slam will be live in 53 minutes. You can't preload it. Did you see that Sneakers backed up Schreier's claim that Sony's pulling back from PC? Can somebody get me a screenshot of that? Don't forget to like the video. That's right. Try to get us to 400 likes, y'all. It should be easy if he was biased. That's what I'm saying. I read through it. Jez and I are on good terms, but I would still be critical if I felt he didn't do a good job. I would be like, I think that's a bad question. I think that's a weak question. You guys know I don't pull my punches. If I feel like somebody did a poor job with their article or their interview, I will say it. I read his interview and I'm like, I didn't feel like any of the questions were softballs. They were fine. He had 15 minutes. I did like Kyle Bozeman's video, and I thought it was funny when he called Jez a professional Xbox fan. But he's being funny. He's not being, like, cutting or critical. He's just being funny. He's entertaining. I think there's a difference. You can try Marathon today for free. Yes. Sony might be pulling away from PC single-player releases coming from Jason. That's right. That's what we're hearing. That's what we're hearing. The first person to say this was John Linneman. John Linneman said it on a Digital Foundry podcast. He said he was getting the feeling that they were going to move away from it, or at the very least really slow down, which I find to be very interesting. Sneakers confirms it. I would love to see a screenshot of that. I feel like we've got a video brewing here. Server Slam is on all platforms. Yes, you will not be able to preload, but it will be on all platforms. Well, not on the Switch. Windows Central is owned by Future PLC, a British publishing company. Yeah, they're not owned by anybody. Has Sneakers SO confirmed things outside of Xbox? I don't know. I don't know if Sneakers has a lot of jurisdictional claims outside of Xbox claims. Sneakers has been very good and consistent on leaking Xbox stuff. But I don't know about PlayStation. What's good, Project MRE? How are you? Bungie's back on the menu, boys. That's right. No, the download is not available. You cannot preload. They said this will help their servers. That's what they said. That is what they said. I think the Steam Machine actually did shake up the industry, says FCAT. In what way, FCAT? You think that's playing a role in the PlayStation rumors that we're hearing from Schreier? And allegedly we're hearing it from Sneakers as well. And John Linneman basically said he felt the same thing. Server slammed the download. Well, basically everybody's going to slam the PlayStation servers, the Steam servers, and the Xbox servers. And then depending on your internet speed, you may or may not be first in line or second in line. Which means they don't have everybody hitting their authentication servers at the exact same dadgum time. Let me go to main cap. Okay, my console cap card is working. Okay. Yeah, so I've got almost 20 hours in BlazBlue Entropy Effect X. I'm super close to unlocking all the characters. I unlocked 2 characters recently that I actually really, really liked. I hadn't been having a good go of it. I had unlocked a couple characters in a row that I just did not like. Really enjoying it. Madam and I have 23 hours in Pal World together, so that's been really fun. So I've been doing a lot of gaming, more gaming this year than in the past. I feel bad for people with slow internet these days. Will I be searching Marathon or Marathon Server Slam? I believe you're going to search Marathon Beta. Is that what they're calling it? I think you're going to search Marathon Beta, because I think when they classified and categorized something like this, I think Arc Raiders did the same thing. they call it a server slam. They call it a server slam, but the actual classification is that it is a beta. So try the Windrose demo. I really didn't see a point in trying that because I wouldn't be able to play it. Because I don't play games in here. Like, I play games in the living room. Looks good. If they nail it and bring it to console, I'll check it out. Was my message deleted? No. First time playing a Bungie game in years. Let's go. No, I see it. It got through. You had to search Arc Raiders Server Slam for the download. Oh, is that true? I thought it said Arc Raiders Beta, though. I thought that's how it was classified. Am I wrong? I thought that's how it was classified. Heard good things about Windrose. I've heard good things as well, but like to me, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about this. Detective Seed's new brand, Green Zone Bytes, he's saying the PlayStation Pro PSSR 2.0 tech already on the Pro? He's always asking. So on January 28th, an update was rolled out. However, February 15th, there was a 3 gig patch labeled this number here, that was rolled out as a stability and performance update. Resident Evil Requiem performance appears to be taking advantage of what believed to be contained in the 2.0 update. I feel like Digital Foundry would have highlighted that, though, would they not? You definitely play games in there with us. Yeah, but Windrose isn't a game that you play for like an afternoon. It's a game that you'd put a lot of time into, and I don't come in here to do that. Oh, you're saying Steam Machine plays a role in everything, says FCAT. Microsoft's hold on de facto OS on PCs is being threatened. AG about to find out. Gabe's the GOAT. NVIDIA hiring Linux devs. All they need is the anti-cheat thing fixed. Now there's a market Bill Gates boycotters. PSSR is a developer tool update, not a system update, I believe. Omar says embargoed. So you think they could be embargoed and can't talk about it? That's coming from Digital Foundry speculation. They're embargoed from saying more on it. Oh. Windrose is a time sink, not for sofa gaming. The only way I can do time sync gaming like Pow World is if I can play it with Madam. Like I can't play time sync games by myself. It just doesn't work. Like Arc Raiders was fun. I had a good time with it, but it clearly becomes a time sink, right? And that's just not a game I'm going to play with Madam. You know? It just isn't going to work. Like I can't do it. Like it's just I don't have the time. Didn't they say they have a big announcement soon coming to stay tuned at the end of the Requiem video? I don't know. I didn't get to watch the whole thing. I watched most of it. John Linneman said that the game runs impressively well on the Switch 2 and the Series S. It performs fine. It's just that the image quality is not very good. It's kind of a muddy image quality on both. PS5 Pro came out as king, according to Digital Foundry. Updates to PSSR 2 would require a hardware update similar to driver or firmware update. Who said that wouldn't be a hardware update? Well, I'm not sure what you mean, Eugene. Lona, do you recommend the PS5 Pro over the base PS5? I'm thinking of finally getting one. I really like it. If you got a PS5 to trade in, I think it's a great deal. I've been digging through my backlog, currently working on Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown based on your gameplay and comments. So good. It's one of the best Metroidvanias you can play. I believe it's top shelf. It's up there on the top shelf with Ori 1 and 2, the first Hollow Knight. It's absolutely excellent. It does look like John said there are embargoes about the PS5 Pro info and Requiem. Really? You read a comment that said it wouldn't be in a system update. Oh, I'm just reading, homie. You know me. You know me. This guy says, Windows Central has always been biased and reeks of favoritism, and no real in-depth follow-up questions will be asked. Jez, other journalists, shills, I've done 15-minute interviews, and follow-ups aren't a good idea because it limits scope and wastes time. Folks would complain, not enough questions. Also, if someone has a history of bias and displays a lack of bias, I give credit for that. If someone has a history of bias and displays a lack of bias, I give credit for that. Yeah, I feel like, sure, Jez has a bias, but I don't feel like he demonstrated or displayed bias in that interview. I just don't think that he did. I think he demonstrated a lack of bias in the interview. I think he gets credit for that. I don't know. I feel like I'm being fair. CL Horizon with the Prime over there on purple. Boom, 379. Thank you so much. You go single topic, miles deep, or several topics inch deep. Yeah, when you have 15 minutes to do an interview, you don't dig down on one question. That's absolutely stupid. You don't do that. You're going to waste time, and then people are going to be like, yeah, you didn't ask enough questions. You got stuck on one question. That's what people would complain about. Sons of Sparta should have been $10 or $20. 30s is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't really feel like getting into a pricing debate about it, but I definitely think it I don't know. I don't think 30 is ridiculous, given size of game, but quality was just lacking. I think quality was severely lacking. Yo, Rissick gifts a member. He's trying to bait that 20 bomb to 400. We'll see if anybody takes the bait and gets us right on pace for the 500 to unlock Saturday. If you guys have never been here before, my wife reacts to gaming news in a segment on Saturday. We will also continue our Reanimal playthrough if you can get it to 500. If you go beyond 500 and get the stretch goal, we have to play Mugenics as well. It'll be a doubleheader. It'll be a long night. My daughter is saying, please. Please what? She said, please get the 500 over. Stop it. You don't even know what Mugenics is. Another one comes in from Rissick. He pushes it past a 380. She says, yay. Definitely not on par with God of War quality. Broke Messiah says, big disagree. They went with him specifically because they knew it would be an empty interview. How dare they do that? How dare they pick an outlet that they know is going to be cordial? What a horrendous thing. Neo Reaper says, I would have done 20 gifted right about now, chat. I mean, guys, Neo Reaper's account got locked, so, he's kind of putting you guys on blast. Kitty Cat 0524 says, how do I download the Marathon Slam? When this hits 0, you will be able to search for it and download it. Yo, Club Pandemonium says, old viewer back in the Destiny 2 days. Hope everything is going good in life. I appreciate you saying that, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Yeah, you've been following me since 2019. That's OG days. Those are the big days. Read my last. Schreier Talks exclusives. No, I see it, Perfect Image. I'm not going to pull everything up right now. I'll probably end up making a video about that. Pac-Man 12K says, love you, Lono. Stay blessed. Thank you so much. Listen, if you guys are watching on YouTube, one of the absolute best ways to support the channel, we are working on a member goal. I stream full time, which means we are a fan-funded operation. It means I'm not doing the ad revenue thing that like big YouTubers are doing, right? So your direct support is how I do this. We are trying to get the direct support of the channel up to 600 people. It's currently at like 504 or something like that. So consider hitting join. And $5 a month for less than a cup of coffee now. Coffee's so expensive. For less than a cup of coffee, for $5 a month, you can support the channel directly. That is how I do this. We've been trying to get that number to move up. People go crazy in gift. That's mainly why this number gets big every week, which is amazing. But we need that core group to pick up a membership. If you can't pick up a membership, I understand. The gifteds are constantly happening, and you may get one. When's it dropping? Can't download it yet. In 38 minutes. In her first interview, they were never looking for hard-hitting questions. It's basically an introduction, not a grilling. That's what I'm saying. I think people are misfiring. Like, they're having a go at Jez, and it's like, guys, this is totally freaking normal. Like, a brand new CEO is not sitting down to have, like, some Diane Sawyer moment. It's going to be very, very, like, you know, surface level. And I thought he asked, for it being surface level introduction, I thought he asked good questions. Crypt Custodian's on sale. I think Crypt Custodian's one of the best Metroidvanias I've played. It's excellent. If you don't mind the top-down isometric as opposed to 2D platformer, it's very, very good and very fun. $5 is almost the price of candy bars now. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I'll do this too. As an incentive, any brand new membership today on YouTube, we're going to count it as a double in the total. We'll do the same thing for Twitch to get any brand new, anything that's new. You'll play test launch when it comes out. Yeah, you'll be able to download it. Yes. Yeah, rope. I don't know. I don't care about that. I don't know why you're putting that in the Discord. I downloaded Crypt on Game Pass, Hidden Gem for sure. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's very, very good. Another great game you can download on Game Pass right now is BlazBlue Entropy Effect X. If you like 2D platformer, high action games, if you don't mind rogues, it's really, really, really fun, and it's on Game Pass as well. So just keep logging into alt accounts and subbing for the 2 times. I mean, support is support. We're just trying to get... The main goal is to get the sub points on Twitch to go up and the core base on YouTube to go up. We're at 649 sub points on Twitch. We're trying to get that to 750. And then on YouTube, I'm sorry, we're trying to get it to 600. We want to get 600 people paying for their own membership. We're at like 500 something. I like how BlazBlue feels like a fighting game. I love the combat. Oh, yeah. I'm telling when people this, they did. Jason Schreier and John Lindemann speculated about Sony backing away from putting single-player games on PC. Schreier later said it's not speculation. He has more on that soon. Yep. Very, very interesting. Yo, what's good? WTF Game Nation. Morning, Lone. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Appreciate it. That's an OG homie right there. I appreciate it, man. People coming back around. I hope I've got information on that podcast for you guys soon. I think you guys are really going to like it if and when it goes up. It's going through some discussions now. So I hopefully I'll have information on that for you guys very, very soon. I think people will be very, very interested to see it. Have you downloaded as well? My son is hooked on TCG Card Sim. Oh, you have that downloaded as well. Sorry. Does anybody know if the PS5 Pro will utilize the powers for RE9? Digital Foundry already did a breakdown, and they said that the PS5 Pro is immaculate. Like, RE9 looks... I don't even know what phrasing did they use. I retweeted it this morning. They used pretty strong phrasing. They said... Resident Evil Requiem scales higher and further on the PS5 Pro. It's a true showcase of the system's capabilities and a transformed visual experience versus other current gen systems. This is Digital Foundry's praise of Resident Evil 9, specifically on the Pro. What did Schreier say? Schreier is saying that the speculation that PlayStation is going to back off from porting their single-player games to PC, he's saying it is not speculation and he will have more info soon. he's basically saying, yes, that's true. To what degree it's true and to what information that he drops, we will know soon. He'll put out a piece on it. It's just going to be one more repudiation of what everybody claimed, which I told people wasn't the case. Can't wait to see your take on Marathon. I appreciate that. How long is the Marathon Server Slam? What, till like March the 2nd, I think. Yo, what's good, Nick? Yeah, kiss your pro right now. I'm not doing that, Nick. You're a nice guy, Nick, but I'm not doing that. It runs well on the Switch 2. The Pro should murder it. Yeah, they got it to run well on the Switch 2. Yes, as well as the Series S. The image quality is a little blurry and muddy on the Switch 2 and the Series S, but overall, the reports were that they got it to run well. There are instances where it doesn't run well, though, as Paul is indicating in the Discord, but overall, they said it runs well on the Switch 2. It drops as low as 30, right? I've been saying this, just saying. Remember when we heard the rumor that they were going to increase the speed with which games were coming to the PC? Remember when we heard that Returnal was going to Xbox? Remember when we heard all that? And I said it didn't make any sense? Like when Spider-Man came to PC quick and it did poorly, it didn't sell as well, it had all these problems, and I was like, after that, why would you speed up the process? It doesn't make an ounce of sense. We also saw no indication, you know what I mean? We saw no indication that... I lost my train of thought. Oh, we saw no indication that they were going to be speeding up. They would have been making infrastructural changes in order to do that. Xbox wasn't involved with Redfall, but it's still blamed for its quality. That's true, though. Read the post mortem on Redfall. For being so concerned about bias, you don't seem to like facts. Read the post mortem on Redfall. It had nothing to do with Xbox. I've told people that time and time again, you can't lay Redfall at Xbox's feet. Now, they should have canceled it. They should have canceled it. But the quality of the game and where it was and where it came from in the development pipeline, it had nothing to do with Xbox. Yo, thank you for the VIP Storm. 51 months. Bam. Thank you very much. That's a lot of months. What are we betting on Bungie's trash servers cooking? I believe they have new dedicated servers specifically for this. Sony has removed the cross-buy icon from the database. It's happening. Yeah, like if you really want to get into a debate about Redfall and you want to lay it at Xbox's feet, I completely reject that notion. Like Xbox should have canceled it or delayed it. But the state of that game was not something that Xbox brought to fruition. That was ZeniMax that did that. That was ZeniMax's initiative and ZeniMax's bad leadership, and that was also the development team's bad leadership. Yo, a prime for Storm. He's double dipping. Boom. 60 months. Thank you, Storm. It's just dedicated servers. I never said new. I'm assuming they're new because they're not going to be taking them from Destiny. I get the feeling that you'll like Marathon, but the feeling will wear off rather quickly. The re-engagement effect seems very low to me. That's been generally my position, is that I think it looks well built and the shooting looks good. And I think people are going to, buy it and have a good time. I think re-engagement's always been my issue. So... I just played the new High Guard Raid Rush mode. They should have launched the game with this. It's just 2 teams of 5 swapping raid phases. The game should just be this. It's quick, it's satisfying, it skips directly to the best part of the matches. Yeah, it's probably too late. It's probably too late, bro. I see what you're saying, though. Like, have a more concrete core offering instead of the thing that had, like, 4 game modes in one. Destiny didn't have dedicated servers, at least that's what we've always heard. They didn't have dedicated servers that you logged into. They had dedicated servers that ran like the physics and the AI and stuff for like strikes. So when you were playing a strike, like the dedicated server was handling that stuff server side, but you were not connected to and logged into a dedicated server. It's just what you weren't. What he means, there's 2 teams of 5 playing total, playing the game. Oh, stop it. That's mean, Omar. Why not? D2's not using the servers right now. That's cold. That's cold, bro. I wish Redfall had the mechanics of Kill the Justice League, where you can bring along AI-controlled companions with the build that you create for each character. We played Destiny for so many years without dedicated. Marathon comes out first day with them. Well, I'm going to sound like I'm defending Bungie, because I kind of am. I actually think that the decision makes sense, and let me explain. So much of Destiny was built around the idea of peer-to-peer. To switch it to dedicated servers would have required them to rebuild every infrastructural decision they made, from the public spaces to the strikes to the tower. All of it, okay? This game from moment one has to have a high degree of connection integrity and the ability for them to monitor behavior more closely for cheating and all of that. So Marathon depends in a far greater way. Its value is more intrinsically linked to the servers themselves. Destiny was never really in that department. Does that make sense? Like, I know that I am kind of defending them, because like I kind of know the history there. It's like there was no world where they could just like switch Destiny to dedicated servers. So this game has to run well and be amazing. It just has to. It's too tight. It's too PvP centric to not. Like the desync and the hit registration issues in Arc Raiders. If Arc Raiders was like heavily PvP focused, it would not be where it is right now. People would have freaking hated it. Like a lot of the guys that are playing it as a PvP central game and like a PvP centric streamer, they're playing it in spite of all those problems because the viewership's so dadgum good. If the viewership wasn't strong for them, if the viewership was not strong for them, and they weren't like raking in the dough, I don't know if a lot of the PvP centric streamers would be playing Arc Raiders, because they would be like, this isn't fun. The desync, the hit reg, all the cheating, all of that would drive them freaking crazy. Especially when the cheating got really bad. I think a lot of them would have walked, but the viewership's too good to ignore. It's like you're making that much money. Like the money some of those guys are making is absurd. Props to them. I'm not calling them out. Props to them, dude. Get the bag. But I'm here to tell you, if Arc Raiders viewership was poor and they'd get better viewership playing something else that was PvP centric, like if they got double the viewership or more viewership playing something like Apex, PUBG, Fortnite, what have you, they'd be playing that. Arc Raiders is not built for PvP. It just isn't. Peanut made fun of the desync? Right. Shot complains about it often? For sure. If he got really, really crappy viewership playing it, he wouldn't play it. And there's nothing wrong with that. The streaming is a business. That is completely defendable, by the way. No shade, no shots taken. But let's be real here. If you're going to have a more PvP-centric game, which is what Marathon is, buddy, that desync hit reg, that can't be happening. You can't be having any of those problems. If I laser you down, you need to die. Okay, somebody is asking John Lindemann about this embargo situation. Let's take a look here. Somebody says, John, I'm a Digital Foundry fan, but I'm not sure hiding which version you're showing until halfway through the video was the best move, as it created perceived disappointment, for me at least, to learn all the cool features you gushed about and got me excited for won't be in the versions most people will play. Lindemann says, this is due to the embargo changing and having to make major changes to my video. Was originally only going to be pro. We definitely have PSSR2 updates inbound for Resident Evil that maybe they're going to do some big presser or something about tomorrow. Like maybe once Resident Evil's in the wild, Sony's going to push out a blog about it. Remember when I said it didn't make sense for them to talk about PSSR2 and the state of play, and I was right? I was like, it doesn't make any sense. They usually do like a blog or something. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that tomorrow. Like some kind of a blog or some type of an update. Or maybe not tomorrow, but in the coming days, there'll be something about Resident Evil 9 and PSSR2. That's the smoke I'm getting from what Linneman's saying. Destiny 2 server structure was a massive upgrade over D1. Oh yeah, it wasn't like we went to D2 and it was the same way that it was in D1. That is definitely true. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay. I'm just checking on something else. Okay. D1 must have been bare metal. That was 5 million years ago in tech. It was. It's a very different time. Right? Very different vibes. Finally, the content has started. We got 21 minutes until we can get into the game. Well, not even that we can get in. We got 21 minutes until we can download it. I will be playing this on my PS5. Bring back the chair stream? No. There's nothing about being able to talk about the pro version. Originally said that they only wanted pro footage. I'm confused what you're saying, Paul. Like it literally sounds to me. It sounds to me like they wanted to do something with the video and were not able to. I'm downloading from my phone and we'll be ready to go tonight. Gotta love modern tech in that sense. Agreed. Very, very nice that you're able to do that. I agree with you. Okay. Did it crash yet? It hasn't even started yet, brother. Hasn't even started yet. I'm switching some cables around. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. The next 20 minutes or so is probably going to be a bit of a build-up as people come in and want to see if they can play. So we're going to get probably a little bit of a ramp up here. So let's do our own ramp up. All right. Let's get that like count going. Okay. Let's get that like count going. If you're watching on Purple, you can follow. You can use your primes. You can subs. You can do all that thing. If you do it on Purple, you will get past the advertisements. Turbulent hurt. Xbox was directly involved. Just once again lied. Arachnne wanted Microsoft to stop Redfall, not release it. Yeah, this guy's just cherry picking. Like, you're just displaying massive anti-Xbox, anti-Microsoft bias. You're just cherry picking. You're just a hypocrite. Sorry. Like, this guy that wants to have a go at Jez. It's just like, you're just being a hypocrite, bro. Like, trying to lay Redfall at Xbox's feet is 100% a cherry picked thing. It's so freaking cherry picked. It was ZeniMax that did that. ZeniMax wanted a multiplayer game. They went to a studio that had no business building a multiplayer game. The leadership didn't listen. The leadership didn't say anything. It was a mishandled project from day one. Hoping that Xbox would cancel it at the finish line is, again, weird wishful thinking. It's like they were just going to cancel a project that was that close to the finish line. You cancel projects like early in development, halfway through development, not when they're close to the finish line. Like, yes, it is free to play. The Server Slam, you do not have to spend money. You don't. It is a free download. You don't have to pre-order. So, you got to wait till 10 to play. You have to wait 18 minutes, and then you have to download it, and then once it's downloaded, you'll be able to play. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jez got to stay out of all these girls' DMs, man. Their boyfriend's getting salty AF. Yeah. You don't even need PlayStation Plus. This is correct. Because the Marathon Server Slam is technically free to play, you do not need PlayStation Plus to play it. That's correct. All free to play games do not require the subscription services to play. They should have made it known it was free. It seems like a group of gamers don't know that it's free. Yeah, there's a lot of people pre-ordering it on Steam today who maybe they think that's what they have to do to play. That's a common misconception with stuff like this. How do I access the Server Slam? You will search for it in 16 minutes, and then you'll be able to download it. You cannot pre-download it. They said that they did that on purpose because it would lower the impact on their servers, because you're going to be hitting Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation servers instead trying to download it. So, what about when the game drops? When the game drops, you will need PS Plus because it is not a free-to-play game. It is a game that you purchase. Have you tried the Armistice demo? I tried it and did not like it very much. It was a little too grounded, and I've got genuine criticism that could make the game feel better. They have enemies that are like highly agile and close space on you, and they take too long to die. Time to kill on enemies that are highly agile like that, the reason the time to kill should be quick is because it creates spatial awareness and you minimizing their ability to get close to you. But it also maintains the threat. The problem is when they take too long to kill, it creates a flat tire within the game where you're constantly having to relocate, mainly because of very, very, what I feel like are inconsequential enemies. Like if it's a big enemy, so for an example, comparing it to Returnal, the absolute GOAT, in Returnal, when something's going to close space like that and try to get near you and slam you and stuff, it's usually like a mini boss. It's not usually like a trash ad. So when it's a trash ad, as it is in Armistice, those guys that like crawl on the ground and the guys that run at you, I believe they should die a lot faster than they do. It creates a horrible flat tire in the game. I was constantly having to reposition. I wasn't dying. I made it all the way to the first boss. Like the first big boss fight. I made it all the way there. Now, I died really, really quickly because I think there's another piece of criticism that I have. The rolling and the damage mitigation, like the dashing, the dashing and the damage mitigation in Armistice is not very good. I feel like I'm significantly less agile than the enemies. So the enemy kept doing this like dash thing to get me, and it felt like it was incredibly hard to get out of the way. I could read the telegraph. I knew it was coming, and it didn't seem like I could get out of the way. Yes, it also felt like motion blur was on. Thank you, Rope. I was like, am I going crazy? It looked very blurry as a game. It looked extremely blurry. It didn't look crisp. It just didn't look crisp. So, overall, if they can fix those things, if they can actually turn off motion blur when I turn it off, if they can crisp it up, if they can make the really, really agile enemies that again, the key component is they close space. If they're going to close space like that, they got to die quickly. If a mini-boss is closing space, that's fine. You can make me relocate a bunch in a mini-boss fight. That's completely normal and legitimate. But on a trash ad, when there's like 3 or 4 or 5 of them, it's like, no. You're making me relocate way too much. It was super flat tire. Nefitz comes in with a Prime 11 months and gets us a 384. Thank you so much. Lona, what do you think Marathon needs to get right to be successful long term? They need a content loop and a gameplay loop that is it needs to be, it just can't feel like a meat grinder. If it feels like a meat grinder, they're going to lose people. Just 1 or 2 weeks in, you'll lose people very quickly. Yeah. Didn't know there was 2 gig speed plans. My portal's going to love it. Yeah, they increase speed in my area for fiber. I've not felt the need to do it, though. The questing and faction loop. If the questing and faction loop can give people an inroad so it doesn't feel like a meat grinder. So. Well, the channel man, anxious to see this marathon and try it after work. Might I suggest Marathon tries a mode where you fight for a big digital sword. What's this guy's name? Yeah, good luck with your keeping people accountable, dude. You're just gonna mute somebody like that. Just being a straight hypocrite. Big digital sword in the middle of the map. You take it to the enemy base, blow it up for generators. Yeah, that could work. That could work, Sven. Everybody fights over a sword. It's like a mini CTF mode. And then it becomes like a tower defense, base defense, search and destroy mode. Yeah. That could work. Multiple modes in one game. We know nobody's really doing that. That could cook. Kena wishlist trailer on PlayStation channel just posted. Yeah, I wishlisted. Very excited for Kena. I really, really hope they upgraded the combat. That was my main criticism of the first game. Puzzles were fun, world was fun, graphics were good, controls felt nice, combat got real wonky and frustrating at times. I feel like people want this game to fail because Sony owns Bungie now. I have been critical of it in very particular ways with respect to re-engagement. I don't know why people are putting it on like their little montages and their little art pieces, calling it Concord 3. That's the thing I don't get. I'm like, Concord 3? Like, it's going to have far more commercial success than Highguard and Concord. There's no way. I don't know. Love the channel, man. Thank you, Jimmy Harrison. I appreciate that $2 super chat and the compliment, dude. It's very kind of you. If you guys are enjoying the show, take a quick second and hit the like button. You do not have to subscribe to my channel to talk in the chat. Subscribing to my channel on YouTube is mainly meant to be if you want to come back. Why does this keep happening? If you want to come back and watch more content, that is the entire purpose of subscribing. You don't subscribe to talk in the chat. What does it do? Why does this keep happening? It's so annoying. 15. Oh, I guess that is on me. Anyway, fixed. New to PvP, never really enjoyed them, but something about the art style really has me wanting to try this game. I think what I've seen, people want it to fail because they are Destiny people and they feel neglected due to Marathon, but it certainly won't be close to the Concord or Marathon. No, it's not going to be close to the Concord and the Highguard failure. No, it won't be. No. It won't. It's going to naturally have some measure of commercial success because it's Bungie. PlayStation's promoting it. They've got some stuff in their corner. I think the delay and the improvements they've made have won some people over. Jason Schreier and John Linneman speculate about Sony backing away from putting single-player games on PC. Schreier later said it's not speculation. He has more info soon. But I thought where the industry was headed, something exclusives are archaic and anti-consumer, something. I thought that's where the industry was going, boys. I thought that's where the industry was going, you know. I thought exclusives were archaic and anti-consumer, and you know, anyway. It was a reasonable thought that it might not launch. Oh, yeah, I genuinely thought they were going to cancel it because it came out and it was so stinking minimum viable product. It was so MVP. I was like, they're going to cancel this thing. That was my prediction. I predicted they're going to delay it. It'll be an indefinite delay, which they did. They delayed it and they gave us no window of when it was coming out. And I thought, then they're also going to cancel it. That, I mean, again, that was my thought process on it. So here's what I'm going to do. In 7 minutes, it's really going to heat up because people are going to want to see it downloaded and people are going to want to see us play. So give me just a second. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hit like. Do all the things. You're awesome. All right, I'm back. I'm back for the final countdown. It's yellow now. Okay. Okay, let me close this. Let me minimize this. Okay. Couple minutes now, y'all. This is literally a predictive search right here. Marathon beta. Must be a lot of people searching for it. Now, once we're in and once we're past the queue, we are going to redirect to a new stream because I've got like a new title and thumbnail. Like, I don't want to be playing gameplay in a waiting room stream. Like, does that make sense? So, speaking of that, while we're waiting on this countdown, I'll get that all ready. Let's see. Stream holding. Save image. Save image. Okay. Okay. Let's go live. Okay. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. 1 minute and we'll start searching for it. Okay. All right. Okay. I got that ready to go. Okay. Okay. In case we need it, we got that too. Hello, are you Fuel? I don't know what you mean. Where to download? You're going to have to search for it on the hour. You're going to have to search for it. So as soon as that clock up there rolls over to 1, that's what I'm going to do. What if it doesn't even launch? I don't know, brother. All right, let's just search for Marathon. Not seeing it. Maybe, I think the last time we had this happen, I had to do it on my phone. Let me try that. Does anybody know what it's called? Just Marathon? Marathon. I'm not seeing it. Lono, it's there. You have to go to view all. Oh, there it is. It's called Marathon Server Slam. You have to go to view all. Thank you, whoever said that. Marathon Server Slam. Moving at a decent clip here. Just under 8 gigs. Yeah, not bad. Make sure if you guys are watching on YouTube, you're hitting like, you're hitting subscribe, you're doing all the things. If you're watching on Purple, same thing. Towerborn is available for purchase, apparently. Nate the Hate says Sony is shifting their PC strategy. Absolutely. You do not need PS Plus. This is technically a free-to-play game. So you do not need PS Plus. Whereas Show All, search for Marathon and scroll all the way to the right if you're on PlayStation. Where is it on Xbox? I don't know. Search for Marathon Server Slam. And then if you have the ability to show all results, do that. It might not be at the top. Sometimes when a game first drops, it's not like at the top of the lists for whatever reason. Is it in Steam? It is in Steam, yes. I appreciate you guys hanging out and spending the day with me. Make sure to check your renewals and your primes. Help us with the goal below me. When that gets to 500, you guys unlock a Saturday stream with Madam. And she will react to the week's gaming news. Maybe this week we should make the stretch that Madam plays Marathon. Why don't we do that, actually? Yeah, that's the stretch goal for this week. Forget Miyazaki. Forget Miyazaki. If you guys hit the stretch goal, Madam has to play Marathon on Saturday night. So use your primes, gift it up, renew, upgrade, all the things. Get the member count going. That'll be a fun Saturday night. You wired or wireless? I'm plugged directly in, brother. I feel like 10 minutes, roughly 10 to 15 minutes for 18 gigs, pretty good. Yeah, I'm already 5 gig in. That's not too bad. Yeah, I'll be playing on a PS5 Pro, yes. Oh, you're already at 7? It's always tempting to like pause it and restart it. Usually when I do that, you're ahead of you and you're on Wi-Fi. It's because PC. Sometimes when I do the old pause and resume, it speeds up. Yeah, there we go. Like so. I thought one of the tweets said that the Slam will require PS Plus. I thought it said the opposite. Have I been saying bad info all day? I thought the tweet said the literal opposite. Mugenics can wait. Don't know on that Spectrum. No, I got 1 gig fiber, brother. It did. LOL. WTF. Oh, yeah. If your downloads are going slow on your Xbox or your PlayStation, pause and restart. Pause and restart. I do it on the Xbox, and I like because it'll slow so far down, and I'll pause and restart, and it speeds up. It's so stupid. Eugenics is the truth. We can make eugenics a goal for another week, though. This week, people are going to want to see Madam play Marathon. It'll be hilarious. Are you sure it's going faster? Or are you just messing with the readout? I'm fairly certain it's going faster, Zubair, because when I paused it, it said I had 11 minutes left. And when I unpaused it, it said I had 6 minutes left. The menu says PS Plus required. What? Eugene says already downloaded for me, losers. You're at work, loser. This man's trying to brag. You're not even at home. That's funny. I'm about to look into why it does that. Zubair, it is insane. If you watch me do it on the Xbox, it would make your head hurt. Because it'll go up to way like 300 meg down, and it's 600 down and 500 down and screaming. It'll slow all the way down to like 50 meg. I'm like, what the frick? I pause and resume it, and it speeds back up again. I literally, anytime my daughter's downloading an update for Fortnite, I literally babysit it and pause, restart, and that's how we get it to download fast. If we don't do that, it'll just slow way down and take forever. The Xbox One is it's so weird when it does it on Xbox. It doesn't make any sense. I don't have to babysit it on PlayStation. I usually like, oh, it's going a little slow. Let me pause and restart, and it speeds up. On the Xbox, I have to frickin' babysit it. It's so weird. I caught a cold and conveniently called off work. I don't feel bad to slay some noobs. Get it. Got a minute left here, boys. Stuff not working around the Xbox? No way. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, that's always been my frustration with it. Okay, here we go. Where I set my controller. There we go. Okay, some features may not work correctly and the game might crash. Got it. To orbit, boys. That's right. How do you download for Xbox? You see nothing. You should just search it and view all. Okay. Holy mackerel. I don't understand. Wait, do I just scroll down on every page? Go press accept, dummy. It won't let me. Oh, with the cursor. I was like, huh? It looked like it was highlighted. I was like, what the heck? It looked like it was highlighted to me. I beat the first boss. Freaking TOS. I was like, what the heck? I didn't realize there was a cursor that I had to use to navigate. Like, I thought I could just use the D-pad. Screen bounds. Fine. Open mic. Huh? Gosh, the way this interface is terrible. Enabling proximity chat allows for a more immersive experience. Sure, why not?
It is a historic day across the solar system.
The enormous UESC Marathon colony ship
Sets out for the Tao's 30 stars system.
To establish a new home for humanity, and with it, infinite possibility.
The people of Earth and Mars are watching.
Everyone is watching.
Breaking news. Contact has been lost with the Marathon colony ship.
Official messaging from the UESC is that nothing is amiss.
The people just want to know what happened and what is the UESC doing about it.
Still no answers. No answers.
Shocking news today.
Deftel losing contact with the Marathon colony nearly 100 years ago.
After decades of citizens demanding answers.
A message has been received from the UESC Marathon.
A distress call. A threat.
An invitation.
But the message has been leaked. It reads,
somewhere in the heavens, they are waiting.
Initiating runner defragmentation protocol. Evaluating shell integrity. Evaluating vital signs. Evaluating recognition response. Executing neurological subroutines.
My last breath fell quiet like dying embers. My first thought hummed through silver threads.
Where is death? Loading memory packages. Liminal buffer status 26%. Buffered. Subject is a runner. A disconnected consciousness inhabiting a bio-cybernetic shell. Assert. Subject's psyche is preserved outside their body in the event of shell death. Subject exists only in this liminal state while their next shell is being woven. Please stand by.
Yesterday, I walked with feet of fragile flesh. Today, I drift as light across the grid.
Assert. Runners arrived in the Tau Ceti system after the investigation of a distress signal lost colony ship, the UESC Marathon.
Warning. Connection runtime error.
Assert. Runners are mercenaries, hired to salvage from the ruins of the human colony on Tau Ceti 4. Proceeding with suboptimal durability settings. Liminal buffer status 100%. Runner defragmentation complete. Your shell will be ready momentarily, and you will deploy to Tau Ceti 4 for your first assignment. Please prepare for consciousness transfer in 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Good luck.
Yeah, it's got its own vibe for sure. Like the music and the dialogue and the art and all that. It's definitely got its own vibe. I like the comment. This is like one of those laser tag intro videos. That was good.
Your neural interface is malfunctioning.
This is why people like to be able to go into the settings first before you throw them into a game. All right, we're getting good capture. Okay, here's what we need to do. Since I'm in, I need to schedule a new stream and send this to the new stream, y'all. Because I want to have, like, just a gameplay stream on YouTube. You guys on Purple don't need to do anything. So just bear with me 1 second here. I will provide you guys with a link and then we'll redirect. Looks like it's running smooth. Yeah, it feels really, really good. Like the graphics and the rain and all that are looking nice. On gameplay. There we go. Analytics. All right, I'll set up redirect as well. All right, hang on. Turn up the sensitivity. It's defaulted to 2. All right, help me start this new stream and have a strong like count. Let's get it going, all right? Thank you so much for checking out this video. We are diving in brand new to the Marathon Server Slam. I'm in. I didn't want to actually start the stream until I knew I could get in. So this will be Marathon gameplay. Now, to make it very clear, before you even get more than a minute into this, I am not a very good PvP player. So if you're coming here for like high-level PvP play, you're not going to get it. My main thought process has always been, will this get good re-engagement patterns? Will this have a good loop for people to come back? Will they be able to win the public back after what happened last year? I'm going to end the previous stream where we were doing a waiting room, and I'm going to bring people over. Thank you so much to everybody who supported that stream. All right, let's